Hello and welcome back to That's Not the Game capture of Victoria 3. Everyone's favorite, not Victoria 3, but then now we have Victoria 3. I'm sorry you guys wanted to see the game capture of not Victoria 3, but instead we'll have to settle for some Victoria 3. How's everyone doing? We, of course, are playing on the new DLC, Charges of Commerce. And hey, Lackey. Hey, Yankees fan. Oh, sorry, bye, Yankees fan. I apologize. Didn't realize you were on your way out. Hey, Parma Productions. Hey, Chris. We are going to be continuing our Brazil run. Welcome back and welcome to Brazil. So far, I think we've decided to kind of play relatively tall in Brazil. And by relatively tall, I mean we conquer all of South America and then we kind of content ourselves on having conquered South America. I suppose we could push for other things, but I think we want to mainly try and push through a combination of trade and subventions and see what we can do. Generate a lot of migration. We are starting to get quite a bit of it, and we do want to mess around with some of the mechanics we haven't really been utilizing too much, like treaties. We haven't been very aggressively pushing in any of our runs. We've been in terms of what I was looking at when I was with my pre-release kind of access, I was really looking at world trade a lot because this is what we had to make a video on. And so I wasn't necessarily exploring everything and looking under every rock and this type of thing. And there are some things I was aware of that we haven't really quite abused. So let's take a look at some of those things that we haven't yet abused so that we can abuse them. Or at least just a little bit. So we would like to pass proportional taxation. Currently, we only have an 11% pass rate, and looks like these guys are actually happy enough that we could probably get it through them. So this is not too big a deal. Quick summary of maybe what happened in the first live stream would be useful since I missed a good chunk of it. We did some stuff as Brazil. We are going for conquering all this. I guess we could take a look at our companies. We've mainly tried to play a Diplo-y version of Brazil. I do think that like the old metagame in 1.7 of playing super nice with everyone is probably pretty strong. And so this is what we've tried to do, and the reason being is this allows us to get investment rights on people. And with investment rights on people, we can get regional investment HQs, and we have those with like all the GPs. And then that is why we are getting just absolute bananas reinvestment that we are having difficult time spending. And if we take a look, a large chunk of this is from regional HQs. Roughly a quarter is coming from not our own economy. So, if you take a look here, the ownership of GDP we have overseas is in excess of 100 million, when we don't even have 100 million GDP. Russians own Netherlands? I didn't even notice. Do they? It's in their market. Both of them are in their market. I don't think you need to play super nice, just kind of nice. It's not as valuable as... Well, getting this investment stuff is more valuable than a bankroll early on, but not as valuable as a bankroll later on. Not anywhere close to, like, the late-game bankroll. The late-game bankroll was just absolutely bananas back in 1.7. But this is so valuable early on. It just, like... because it scales with their size rather than yours, early on, like, if you're small and you get something on, like, USA, and then you get, what is this, like, 50 or 60 buildings worth of ownership, like, this is such a substantive thing. Come to Brazil. Must have been in map mode. I thought you were on political map mode. Oh, we might have been on market when we do this. They're in the market. Juraj, 98, thank you for follow, Big Dice. So I do think we want to try and see what we can get done here, though. I think Russia is the only guy who's belligerent with us. But let's see if we can maybe make a deal with... Well, we have access to 300 of the Jews. I think we've rivaled these guys. We've not. We could rival Russia and just say, well, we want the juice, we don't expect Russia to play nice with us. And we would generate way more influence. And appease the anti-Russia pact. Yeah, let's maybe give ourselves one enemy. And then we are already improving relations. Cool. And then let's see what we can do with France. So, France, we want to do a couple things. Is there a good that we want to get shipped to us? Now, my understanding of this is not that great because we haven't messed about with it too much. I know you can get money shipping them. I think if you ship a good that is cheap for them and expensive for you, to you, you make money, and vice versa. If you ship a cheap good that is cheap for you and expensive for them to them, that's good for you. And you get free money on top of the good. We maybe don't need to experiment with that one. Let's experiment with the law one first. So we will offer up, pass a law, and this is a law that we want to pass. We had an 11% pass rate on, what was it? Proportional taxation. So now we just need to add some stuff, and then we'll get uber juiced up in this. Belgium rivalry is probably also good since they're influenced by Russia. And also Netherlands. Yeah, that is probably good. Hey, what's your experience so far? Would you put at least one trade center in every state? Not necessarily. It probably... A decent way to look at it is the amount of trade centers you want probably scales with urbanization, with a slight multiplier towards anything on the coast, and a big multiplier for anything that gets a bonus to trade centers. Would probably be the way I would look at it. Okay, if we give them military access, they don't care either way. They want to give us military assistance, slightly. Suppose we're okay with all that. I think we could, like, the really silly one is we could give them a bunch of non-colonization agreements that we don't care about. We could say we're not going to colonize North Africa, which we can't. Let's maybe take a look at some other silly ones. We should just give multiple non-colonization ones. I think you could do these with multiple people. The no tariffs, no subventions nonsense. Like, with the same good, which is really silly. Like, it doesn't lock you out of all the goods. But I'm not 100% sure on this, it might. We're not going to tariff steel anyways, so let's put that in. Say no tariffs on... We might want to tariff sugar. We're not going to tariff iron, so we're fine doing that. So now we have a... What is this? 30% chance. Let's get a little bit higher. No subventions. I don't think we want to subvention artillery. At 65% chance is already pretty good. I think let's do no subventions. This is also why free trade is probably just not very good. Let's no subvention lead. And surely this works. The French way of passing laws. Is the 5% birth rate on the food company super good? It is super good. This is one of the stronger prosperity bonuses, and now it's easier to achieve. Since most forms of treaties give some form of taking positive relations, it's not too difficult to get taking relations with everyone. That's true. Without using too much Diplo either. I have the same problem every batch. My people become too rich and refuse to work on farms and the factories. Is this normal? Yeah, it's not too bad. If they don't want to work on the farms and stuff, it's probably actually just not efficient for them to. You shouldn't sweat it too hard. Got this like weird bug. Error Paris. Okay. How much is your debt? 2.9 million? That's like nothing to us. Okay. See, this is one of the like weird scaling type things. Oh, we can't use them to try and pass. So far, we haven't really utilized monopolies that much. I don't think we can, though, because I think we're laissez-faire. So we'd have to go back to interventionism. Maybe we do that just for the experimentation type stuff. Do you think you'll be doing another Ukraine playthrough? Almost certainly. Might do one in a few days. I was thinking of streaming on the 24th. Ukraine was invaded on the 24th of February, so this would be 3 days from now is the 5-month and 3-year anniversary of the invasion. But I was thinking of streaming on the 6-month to try and raise money. Oh, well, we have trade privileges. She doesn't like giving them up, though. I would love to increase trade privileges a lot more before trying to utilize that as a thing. Okay, so why don't we take a look at law commitment for her. And we want to get on prop tax. What? Wonder how much she values our money. How much do you value 100 ducats or 1,000 ducats? See, it's weird that they seem to value the thing in... Well, actually, they value this way too high, huh? Like, at this point... For us, like, 2,000 is, like, nothing. Right? 2,000 to help pass laws is, like, inconsequential. Mummy Law Machine... Hey Jerry Can, how's it going? I didn't go colonial in your cheat game. There's really those non-colonization agreements seem really good for treaties, so you should probably go colonial because if you don't, it doesn't give you that option. Yeah, just like how a free trade is probably bad because you can't give up the free no tariff no subvention. Hey, Yankees fan, thank you for the $5. You can show off all the new features in an Ethiopia run since they start with none of them. Any thoughts on this patch with blockades and no more one admiralties? I think it's fantastic. We've already fought a couple wars where it matters. Let's see if we can get through some laws. Now, I don't necessarily think that we should have given up money because there's a bunch of free stuff we could give up. But like just to highlight, 2K a week when our income is $500,000 is like nothing. Right? So the scaling of how much money we need to commit relative to the bonus we're getting, which is an ability to pass laws easier, is fantastic. And also, I think that the treaty auto bricks once we pass this. But now, you could see that we had 11% pass rate before. The law commitment in Mummy's Law Machine, which is the new treaty we just passed, plus 25%. So this is going to be, I think in theory, you probably actually just want to use this for every law pass. I don't know if we want to do that, because that kind of trivializes the entire political system here at Vic3. Like, all the stuff you're doing, like 25% pass rate's a ton. So all the stuff you're doing and massaging and like all the interesting political stuff is maybe inconsequential when you can do that. So I'm not sure how much we'll do of it. Yeah. How's the law assist availability to determine that they have to unlock it via tech? I think that's going to be... I think that's probably it, because Austria we couldn't use to pass prop tax. I'm glad you decided to continue the Brazil run. It narrowly won over starting a new run. Does Brazil have any special niche that any GP couldn't fulfill with a lot of work? No. No, it doesn't. 25%. Labaus, 25%. What were they thinking? I don't necessarily think the 25% is the problem. I think it's the... It's that you can, you have too much agency in deciding to put it in, right? And you can put it in for anything. Even something that they don't want. And they should have to... I think that maybe you should only be able to do it for laws that they already have. Right? Like, here's their laws. It's weird that we can use them to pass proportional taxation when they have per capita taxation. Something like this. It's very weird to me. But yeah, now we're just gonna get a super free prop tax. But this is gonna be how we pass multiculturalism as well now. We're definitely gonna use it for multiculturalism. And for a 25% pass rate, so I wish that 25% applied to laws enforced on my subjects. Yeah, you only get like 10% of laws on your subjects. DC Vic 3 got around 1,500 players away from the 1.5 peak. I did not. I haven't been watching those numbers. I know that those numbers have been good. I haven't been watching them. We can maybe look at them. I know that they've been good. I kind of only look at SteamDB when I think that they're bad. But this is something that matters a lot, generally speaking, for me. If my bitrate starts dropping, let me know, because part of it is, like, I think I'm using a sound gate on my mic right now. That I just haven't turned off. But I don't think it's, worth. But yeah, it's been so long since we've had, like, this many players in Vic 3. Since 1.5, I guess. Because I think the patch is actually, people are having a ton of fun with it. It's also free week. I feel like they should have done free weekend next week, but, okay. I don't make the rules. Let themselves hotfix a couple times, and then, yeah. I did talk, when I was in Tinto, I talked to one of the marketing guys about, giving content creators, like, heads up when they're gonna have a free week, that way they could make tutorials, but there is a little bit of complexity there, because, it's really bad for them if, like, a free week leaks. Like, I think it's, like, legally bad for them. Because, like, they get in trouble with Steam if they leak, like, free week or something like this. But yeah, absolutely enormous in terms of the number of people who play. But Britain might want to go extraction economy while on laissez-faire. Oh man. I didn't even think about this. So it's like really, really hard to force yourself to go extraction economy. It's probably no good, but here's the thing. If all your ownership is overseas. No, but this only applies to domestic stuff. Forcing other people to go extraction economy is probably still legit. We still have to try cooperative ownership and how it works with like the new changes and stuff like this. Zambezia colonization's completed. But, like, right now, if we could get them to not colonize here, that'd actually probably be pretty good for us. Great Britain not colonizing Gabon. And this is another thing, is, like, we could say, you don't colonize Gabon, right? Or, let's say, Congo. It's an entire strategic region. Oh, they hate this. What if we put something on the other side of it? Sometimes they really, really change up how they feel about things. And we won't colonize the Nile. No. Wow. Is this just because they already have something there? And maybe it's not that big normally. Base reluctance is -25. British rank power. Value of British states in the region. British attitude towards Brazil is genial. Why is it being genial? Give us -300. What the hell? I understand all the other ones. That's interesting. Well, like, I think I'd be okay with you not being able to... A lot of this stuff, I think I'd be okay with you not being able to give up to the player. Well, actually, this is one of those things where if you want to cheese the AI, you can. If you don't have to. But it's like, yeah, it's probably one of those things. Charters Commerce is the best rated DLC on Steam for any Grand Strategy, Paradox Grand Strategy game. It makes the game so much better. Our art stuff's good now, Generalist? No, not really. That's not why we're building them. We're not building them because they're good. We're building them because they make people come to Brazil. If we take a look, since we went the power block, freedom of movement, this gives us access to, on the Arts Academy, increased exchange. So we're building them because they each give 25% migration attraction. No other reason. And this is also why we're building at level 1 everywhere. Because they give migration attraction. Does that really not scale with employment at all? Oh, the numbers are off. Let's maybe write that down. Does it say 20% over there? Oh no, it says 20% of both. It used to be 25, I think. So, yeah. Cooperative ownership seems garbage. You get to keep overseas ownership, and you get to keep the capitalists if you want. Now, do you have any opinion on treaty port this patch? Treaty ports seem insane. Treaty ports seem real strong. They let you trade from the other person's market. We have a treaty port here. I guess we could show it off a little bit. It has a level 57 trade center. Now, we are subsidizing this, but look at all the trades that are being done here. And then, I'm not sure it's working exactly how it's supposed to be doing, but it's supposed to give us, when we export stuff, it's supposed to give us trade advantage on that on the other end. So when we export a ton of, like, grain from China, let's say, it gives us trade advantage for importing it here to Brazil. So if we take a look at what's going on in the world market, this is also just like a bug, but, because we're not supposed to have negative trade advantage if we're the only person on the trade. It's supposed to just be even. But that's why in the video I said generally, or like most of the time. But we are supposed to get trade advantage from, by virtue of us being on the other end of it. Can we not look at this? Alright, let's maybe go to Sao Paulo. And look at the trade center there. And look at the import for grain. But giving us trade advantage is going to allow us to get a larger share of the stuff that's outgoing, because it'll give us more trade advantage increases the margin. The bigger the margin, the more your trade centers will import the thing. And so by virtue of China exporting it, it should give us more. Okay, yeah, we see that we are getting some from see, quite a bit of trade advantage actually on grain. And the combination of trade advantage and the subvention really just has to be why we're pushing this through. But that's actually a little bit interesting. Maybe we want to subvention the other side of it as well. We're currently subventioning the import. If we subvention the export, what happens then? Right? Because we're currently exporting and importing a very large chunk of it. We're just exporting it from the Chinese market, and I do think our subventions and other stuff apply. So why don't we subvention the export here? So we're currently moving 828. Let's unpause, take a tick, and I think it's still going to be 828, right? And then let's come in here, and subvention the export. And then take a look and watch. And see if this updates and does anything else. Bueller. Oh, I wish I didn't take a look at how much... Are we subventioning... Let's take a look, actually. Maybe we could, No, subventions aren't getting applied here. So maybe our trade stuff doesn't get applied there? Our subventions and exports? Hey, Potrak, how's it going? Hey, lol, lol. Lol, lol, lol. I'm glad people are enjoying it. Me too. He said the meme. I probably did. Why not unis instead? We're doing both. We have unis everywhere and art everywhere. And then everyone's going to come to Brazil. The last one, I gotta say, command economy is insane for companies because they get throughput bonuses on government-owned buildings. Oh, interesting. You get the negative throughput on gov-owned buildings, though. Cooperative ownership seems OP. I think we need to try it. You don't get the treaty port back if you revoke it. I tried doing that, it doesn't work. Yeah. Also, the treaty port lasts for like 92 years in Macau. It's quite a few years. But it's interesting that none of our subventions or whatever gets applied here. So it is going to be whatever China's rules are getting applied here. It seems. Oh, you know what it is? 0 subventions or tariffs get applied in the treaty port. I'm being silly. It's not China's rules. It's just 0 will get applied. We do want to take this off. I suppose it doesn't matter too much because we have a bigger subvention on the other end of things. I think we're going to take it off. Are Clipper steamers finally profitable? Well, the gantry crane thing is insane. We haven't taken a look at all the new PMs. We are going to do a PM update video. But I know that they've updated several that just, like, weren't very profitable. We're going to go on to steamships now. Can we just, like, intuit it just by looking at it? So, base price of coal is 30, so it's 300. Engines, I think, is 50 or 60. Let's call it 50. So it's 800. I don't know the base price of steel. We could actually just look at what the PM is right now, though. Oh my god. Please let me open my spreadsheet. So I'm going to show the spreadsheet on stream. If you have any kids, please make them leave. As it's just. This is your warning. What? Sign in again? No, not like this. Not like this. Let's not dox our stuff. Okay. So we do want to show you guys what we're looking at. Okay, so should be under industrial goods. We see shipyards. So taking a look at steamships, we see that they have their net value is actually not bad. Or their efficiency per week of construction or efficiency per work is not actually even terrible. But let's take a look at the PM. Plus 65 steamers, that's the same. Input 10 engines, the same. 10 coal, the same. 30 steel. Was it 30 steel? Yeah. So the PM on steamships is the same. Now, if there's more stuff demanded, that's a different thing. So let's actually take a look. Or, like, I think in general, you're probably demanding more. Because the ports are more important. Because they have an input and output good for trade. So, yeah. Sorry we had to show it. You can have negative trade advantage if you're the only importer. If you only have, if you have, mercantilism, you're the only importer. You lose trade advantage. But we're on free trade. Shouldn't that in principle mean... it's all relativistic. So you shouldn't be negative. Or sorry, we're on protectionism. You shouldn't be negative, also. The trade advantage is not absolute, it's relative. It's relative. And so, if you're the only one, it just should always be 0. It went down by 300? Okay. Interesting. I wonder if we started exporting it somewhere else, then. Your cat saw the spreadsheet? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's swap over the PMs, though. Let's swap over all the PMs. So, let's swap this to steamships. And then... we do have to swap over the fisheries. And this to steam trawlers. But more importantly, we swap over the ports. So this is maybe the bigger deals. How good is the jump between this and the previous one? So we'll go for 5 coal. It doubles the output of merchant marine. Just absolutely cratering the merchant marine price. So how much more efficient is this PM? Is actually maybe the question. Because this is entirely new, right? And Clippers... I don't even know the base price for Clippers. We hover and find out, though. Let's find a port and figure this out. Alright, currently, base price for Clippers. Currently, we have a shortage of Clippers. So, with a plus 75 price... math is hard. 105 is 175% of the base price. Is there a good way to see what the base price of the good is? For people who can't do math? I think we just shouldn't be tariffing it, though. So this is 7 out of 8 parts. If we divide it by 7, that's going to be 70 plus 35. So that's 10, 15. And then if we add another 15 on top of that, that's 120. And then if we divide that by half, so 60 is the base price, right? So 60 is the base price on the input, and then the output is Merchant Marine, whose base price looks like to be 50, but it's double. So we put in 5 of these or whatever, and get out 10 of these. So we put in 300 and we get out 500, so it's a net of 200, right? You guys would have to be all correcting me in the math. Bro, are you the real Generalist Gaming? Hey, OPB, how's it going? How you be? How's it doing? We are not, actually, though. We're just a big fan. We like to cosplay Generalist Gaming. We're wearing a bald cap. Yeah. This is the way we roll. Just try to eyeball and see how much better the PM is here. So we have 150 on the imports, and then, or on the inputs. From this, or the output's going to be a nice even 1,000, but on the inputs here, for the coal is 150, and then for the steamer, this is minus 50% price, minus 52. I feel like we just took a look at what the steamer's base price was. It must be 65 if that's minus 52%. No, it's not. It's 70? Oh my god, math. You never do math on stream, and this is a critical mistake. If it's 70, though, then this is 350 plus 150. So 500. So the margin goes from 200 to 500. That's a big jump. True, this guy's Guy Fieri? Exactly. How are you enjoying the patch, OPB? He probably just topped in and said hi and then went to doing his own thing, though. So that's a big jump. Like, in terms of winners, the mill techs for this are just the uber winners. We get gantry cranes and we unlock industrial port, and like we're now gonna have so much merchant marine. It's 2.5 times the profitability. That's a real big deal. And then like this entire line of hydraulic cranes, gantry cranes, floating harbor are just much better, I think. What is concrete dockyards? How good is this one? We might have done the math wrong. So this uses steamers. I think oil is like base price 40 or something, so 400 plus what is it, 350, so 750, and then the output is what exactly? Modern port? It's not showing us. Oh no, it is 1500. So then it goes up to 750, so plus 50% increase. So yeah, that's pretty good. Love it. Whenever something annoys me, I lazily tell the devs in the general chat instead of doing proper reports, and then magically gets fixed a bit later, as God intended, truly. OPB has that pull. He's got that pull like I don't have. I had been complaining to the devs for over a year about chainsaws before it got fixed. And like, if they asked me anything you think is a little bit off, and I'd be like, the chainsaw PM is insane, insanely bad. There's nothing else that's even remotely on par with how bad the chainsaw PM is in terms of balance. It is ridiculous and insanely out of place. And then they'd be like, oh yeah, okay, and then it just didn't get changed for forever. I thought that they were messing with me too. But not OPB. OPB gets instant changes, not like this. I haven't heard you moan about chainsaws before. What's wrong with it? Nothing now. It's fine now. It's not great, but like, it's like usable. Modernization movement. Probably do like this getting juiced. Labao the chainsaw meme, it was so bad. But like, also like, it's not that big a deal, but it's just the Uber meme chat. So like, I whined about that more than anything else for like forever. France is doing French things. Except they're doing them in the wrong place, but... I feel like we haven't seen that tag too much before. This is Russian subject? In the Kabuli market? That's not Kabul's colors, though. They're a puppet, but they're not in Russia's market. Okay, fair. We should nerf chainsaws, not like this. But yeah, for like, that was my, like... Because it's just, like... I feel like that's not a hard fix, and it's just so out of line. Or it was. Now it's fine. What are we even doing here? I guess we're waiting for this construction to clear through. I think we have a good amount of construction. We probably want to add a little bit, but we could just add that at the back of the queue. And that should be fine. I know we deleted off some construction relatively recently, so we'll not add too much here. I think we do have the Panama Canal coming on up, and that's going to be a big one for us. Because we're going to slot in the Panama Canal Company. That's why we're floating the company slot. Don't keep those Kashmiri borders on the screen for too long. What was the chainsaw before? Completely unusable. It just like, we have the thing updated, so we've whinged about it in a ton of videos, so, like, it's out there on the internet. But, like, the idea is, like, the least inefficient labor-saving PM, so that's PMs that get rid of worker jobs or laborer jobs. So when you use this, the idea is, hey, we lose 1,500 laborers, we gain 250 engineers, right? So it's net, we're saving 1,250 in labor, right? So this is kind of the net effect. The next least efficient labor-saving PM cost like 35 in terms of the price of the new inputs, because this does add input goods. It costs 35 per like 100 laborers saved or something like this. And then chainsaws cost like 115. So the next worst, which was not even worth using, like basically any time, was 1/3 as bad as the chainsaws, or 1/3 the efficient, chainsaws is 1/3 the efficiency of the next worst thing, which was not worth using, like, ever. So, like, it was bad, man. Like, now if we had chainsaws, it'd probably be fine to use here. I don't think we have oil yet. What are we doing in the tech? We're going vulcanization, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. What do we got over here? Let's go feminism next. We like ourselves some feminism. And then let's go for objects. I think we went dynamite before. Then we'll do that. That should be good. What's the other one not worth using? Oh, like, it's not categorically not worth using, but I think it was, like, the least efficient rotary valve engine one, which I can't remember. I think it's the one on engines is the least efficient one, if I recall correctly. We could pull up the spreadsheet, but I think it's that one. Wow, look how easy this law is to pass when you have plus 25%. Because the plus 25% also dilutes out the negative stall chance. So it's like when you get it from some other country, or it often does. So it's probably even better than it looks from this law commitment. Mummy's Law Machine. So we're only paying 2K a week in order to basically get free law pass here. And I think this makes it so we have to renegotiate the treaty once we pass the law. So, speaking of Kabul, bye-bye Kabul. You'll be missed. We could reset our relations with Russia right now. We rival them, so maybe not worth doing. Maybe it's okay, though. Monopoly plus investment rights, making them pass LF, really good. Monopoly plus investment rights plus making them pass LF. Make yourself a global monopoly. Chainsaws were a full noob trap. It was the game. It was famous for its obtuseness. Yeah. We're thinking of rolling back on interventionism just to mess around with the monopoly charter stuff. But at least you get more, in exchange you get more qualified pops and one of the cheapest buildings. I mean, the PM's okay now. It was so bad. It was just like, it wasn't, there's a trade-off there. It was just bad, like before. It was awful. 2 spreadsheets, 1 scene, 2 scandalous, that's true. Did chainsaws get fixed? Did you actually want it, to use it? Or save oil for something else? No, now it's okay. It's not the best oil sink, but it's like, it's reasonable. It used to only save you like 200 laborers and cost a whole ton, and now it saves you like 1250 and costs less. So like, this PM costs less and saves you 6x the workers, and it's still just okay, which is an indication of just how bad the PM was before. This patch, it seems law passing has been easier. It's absolutely easier. You could just, I mean, I'm pretty sure you're just supposed to I don't think we're going to play like this, but I'm pretty sure you're just supposed to get 25% every time you're passing a law from someone else by giving them concessions you don't care about. This is... yeah. This is an easy to abuse thing. We know because we're abusing it now. I wish they would add industry rights options in the company's selection UI. I actually left feedback about this morning. Or someone else left feedback, and I was like, I agree. Which is always nice, because you get to seem important or feel important without actually having to do any of the work of doing the write-up. You're just like, this is true. You see more unique companies is updated for 1.9? It is? Oh, man. I kind of wish we were playing that. I've been very excited to try that mod. Maybe we'll even do that later today. We're gonna record some EU5 stuff, but maybe we'll just, yeah. I wonder what happens when we deslot this. I think it doesn't brick our company, so Meta's probably going companies 3, getting max companies, and then slotting this out. Because the main thing here isn't the throughput as much as it is the, max number of companies, I think. Company throughput's maybe okay, though. Because you're going to have way more things under company than you were previous. So bringing this from 38% to 40%, 48% is probably good, too. Every time you get a law commitment, you should, yeah. But it's not possible for laws like multiculturalism. Not sure what the requirements to do it are. I think the person you're getting it from probably has to have the tech required. I don't know exactly what it is. So, like, don't quote me on it, but I imagine they have to have human rights researched for you to ask for it. Because it doesn't seem to be, like, one where it's, like, they have to care about it or whatever. Like, if we... So, having a company slot over your cap gives huge penalties to existing companies? Oh, okay. Is that new? I feel like that's new. That's a good thing, though. Amazing. Because before you would go LF, and then... This was a while back. You would go LF and then swap to... back when it was good, before they got rid of the reinvestment malice for capitalists, the meta was going laissez-faire and then eventually swapping co-op. But you would swap co-op after you got the last company slot, so you'd get one more company, an additional company. So. We have very nearly filled this out. As soon as Pedro dies, we will complete Magnanimous Monarch. How old is he? I know the Brazilians can't take it if we abdicate Pedro out, but... yeah. It seems like the country you ask for the commitment needs themselves to have a law or something close to it. How bad is it to have companies overlapping one industry? Well, I think it's all about having coverage. You don't get anything from the overlap. You used to get something from overlap, and now you don't. I think it's the law that they have to have. Or, sorry, not the law. They have to have the tech. No, well, they have the tech for more than that. So maybe it's more than the tech. So France is giving us the best. So we could get racial segregation there. And then from France, we could get up to racial segregation as well. Or cultural exclusion. So what's France's laws? Their cultural exclusion. Their national supremacy. So is it a proximity thing? I mean, we'll have to look. I think multiculturalism being a huge pain in the ass to pass is like a bad thing. Like for gameplay patterns. Like, but maybe it's fine. Manchuria HQ. Let's just get rid of you. Oh, should boost industrialist power? Should it? I mean, I think we'd be fine with it. US seems to be splitting up every game. Yeah, they've been... This patch, the Rebs seem to do relatively well. I think let's, do we have coverage on rubber? Yeah, we do. I think we're going to put all the rubber on auto-expand, just so that, we just want to keep things kind of, like, a little bit smooth. And we're researching vulcanization now, so it wouldn't be bad for us to have some of this going on. And I do think... When do we get all this stuff? We don't have that stuff. That stuff's in France. Got it. I was, confused. I think we have several things on... Yeah, we have the stuff that's very likely to be good for us on auto-spin. And then... Yeah, vulcanization's coming in right now. Doing really good on these mass migrations as well. We still have a ton of mass migration attraction, courtesy of building all of these nonsensical arts academies. Marx? We're just gonna do whatever gives Marx the best trait. Doesn't he recover from wounded, though? He just has a chance of dying. Oh, you gotta risk it to get the biscuit, Marx. My entire computer kept locking up and crashing after playing Vic 3 for a long enough time. I thought it was PSU. I replaced it. Turns out it's Windows 11 24 H2 update. 24-hour 2 update. That might do it. Hey, Das. Hey, we got a raid? Why didn't we get a baboop? Thank you so very much for the raid. Das Reitschwert? Thank you for the preview videos. You're very welcome. Who raided us? Why didn't we get a notification? Not like this. Or did we just get pump faked? Someone said that they were raiding, but we didn't get raided? Oh, there we get it. Okay. We pronounced it correctly. Amazing. Thank you so very much for the raid. Hey, we get another mass migration. The Grand Pan, truly it is paying off. That's right. We have to add to our construction queue here, though. Is protectionism better than free trade? Yes, but not because it's better than free trade, but because of the trade agreements or in the diplomatic treaties. Oh no, lag. In the diplomatic treaties. It is more worth it to, being able to get the freebies on the Diplo treaties, I think is more valuable, than the advantage you get from free trade, if there is an advantage to be gained from free trade, because I also think having access to tariffs is useful now, so with that in mind, it's kind of like... yeah. You don't, I think that free trade, it's unclear to me whether it's better or worse as it relates to just trade, but if you are trying to get free juice for treaties, which you can get a lot of really nice stuff for treaties, you can't do either the no tariffs or no subventions agreements if you are on free trade, so... Multiculturalism is only a very modern thing, so it makes sense that it's hard. I think that they should just make it worse rather than hard. Ottoman's actually completed Tanzimat. I've been hearing that they are kind of okay at doing that. I think that they probably failed here. Yeah, they failed in ours. Wow, we can subjugate them? No, just kidding. I thought they were minor. Yay, prop tax. Now, I do think that this makes Mummy's Law Machine defunct, right? So we can renegotiate this. No, it doesn't. Can we renegotiate this for a different law? We could just pay her indefinitely. So what law would we like to pass next? Perhaps census suffrage? Maybe compulsory primary school? Okay, so let's take a look at compulsory primary school right now. Currently, we're at 33.53 on this. I believe it even eats into the 53, so it's going to be better than 58.53, because that's too many percents, right? So let's see about renegotiating this law machine. I think that this is, like, long-term, this is not going to be something we do that often, but... oh, just kidding. She only allows the child labor. She's kind of into this. She's got +5. So, this is middle class versus lower class ratio-wise. It should be a little good for us. Oh no. Sorry, we're a little bit behind Das Reichswort. Not like this. Regional trade does mean that they're subjugatable. Regional power does mean that they are. Oh, you're right. It's not a major power. Just kidding. You're right. Do you think interventionism could be better now because the company can monopolize? I don't know how good monopolies are, so I don't really know. It basically hinges on that. Like, outside of that, laissez-faire is clearly better. I think that's a big one. I mean, being able to... Well, actually, one of the advantages of interventionism is now gone, which was being able to private or nationalize industries, so you could privatize it, so you could get more company ownership. Now they just can get it either way. AI is insane with military buildup now. Brazil rolled up with 90 regiments. I don't know. I think the AI just, like, always kind of should have been better at that. Congo HQ. Grand Columbia HQ. Brazil HQ. Brazil HQ. Just, kind of, getting things combined. Oh, now that's nice. Protectorate? What happened here? What is this madness? Where's Rhineland exactly? It's small wherever it is. Not gonna lie, I don't actually want interventionism to be better than LF. Me either. I think that I've always thought of interventionism as just like bad traditionalism and been completely fine that LF's been better. Have you seen capitalists randomly supporting the rural folk and trade unions? I saw someone make a post about that. I haven't taken a quick look at it. We can. Someone asked our ratio. This is what we currently have going on. 20 million lower strata, 6 million middle, 700k upper. But let's take a look at, maybe... Let's take a look at some capitalists, eh? Well, we do see... Well, the secondary thing they're supporting is the rural folk, yeah. which is kind of insane. These guys are rural folk trade union in terms of their support. Oh, but it says that they have industrialist support. Is this a UI bug? Well, I mean, one of these is fibbing, one of these is a liar, right? Or, no, not necessarily a liar, just the attraction rate is not necessarily their support rate, right? What is that about? Yeah, why are these guys supporting the PB? Or Intelligentsia? Let's kind of get to the bottom of this a little bit, maybe? They're a consistent thing. I mean, these guys are super accepted. These guys are less accepted. Why are they getting capitalists? I have seen it, but I haven't tried to investigate this. Or I've seen someone point it out. Hello, Mr. Streamer. Are monopolies worth it, and what do they do? I don't know if they're worth it. They make it so that other private industry can't buy the thing, and you can enforce them on other people, which I think lets you, very importantly, they can already buy stuff that's privately owned, so that's not an important distinction. But when you get a monopoly on someone else's company, or on an industry of someone else's, the important thing is, I think, that their own companies can't get the thing now. That's maybe the big one. But this is something I feel like I know less about. Allows you to prioritize prestige goods if you have multiple companies competing for goods. Ah, this is another good one. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So if we have, I don't think we have any prestige goods. No, we have prestige steel. So if we had another company with steel, it would be worth it for us to give a monopoly to the ones that have the prestige good. What culture are they? Culture didn't seem to matter. Although I think I'm just behind on the chat, because that was my first thought as well. It's like, does it matter for culture here? We saw a Catholic Brazilian. So the acceptance doesn't seem to matter here. Yeah, we have some that look kind of normal. I mean, PB and Intelligentsia are kind of the normal things to support. Why are they all supporting rural folks, though? I was messing with Persia Great Game Opener. Trade centers are just so busted. They take the state... Yeah, trade centers are cheap. And if you have a big difference between market or world market prices and your prices, they're generally going to be really efficient. But capitalists should push harder for LF. They're 37% cloud. Yeah, but a lot of them are rural folk. My best guess for why capitalists are supporting it is that zero attraction. The amount of supporters never changes, so it's based on the starting value of pops becoming capitalists. Oh, that's an interesting one. That makes sense. So when the new group is made, what it is that matters. Culture matters for PB. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Culture does matter for PB, but Intelligentsia is normally the secondary one, no? Here we don't see very much Intelligentsia support. So, monopolies also increases output prices by 20%, I think. Does it now? Alright. Let's go back to interventionism. This is so silly, man. Oh, that should go up to 35%. Let's see if it eats into the 18%. It does. Yeah, so easiest law passes ever. Increase prices by 20%. I assume that can't increase it over cap, though. And it costs 100 authority to give a monopoly, right? Okay, we can slot in the Panama Canal Company. Let's go. Now, with this, we maybe can drop this, except we already own so many trade centers overseas that feels kind of bad, but we don't need the trade center here for coverage, so maybe we should have never given that out in the first place. I'm actually curious what happens when we drop it. So, let's take a look. We have trade centers owned in Ecuador, quite a few. We have trade centers owned in a lot of places. Do they lose ownership of the trade center when we drop off the trade rights? Let's check. Okay, 634 building levels of trade center will be transferred from the company. Seems like a lot of levels, but we have to remember that it's only a 100 construction cost building. So, like, relative to a normal building that's... Or relative to a resource building that's like 150. Enforcing monopolies is worthless. It's always a 5-year treaty, which they immediately withdraw since they hate your guts. Well, if you in that time cannibalize their entire industry, that seems like it's maybe not bad, if that's how that can work. I guess it's just a matter of how bad we need the authority. The thing is that the Panama Canal Company can pick this up. But maybe we want this company to get a little bit stronger before we do that. And get some more money. We could give them monopoly rights for ports. English is not my first language. So that might be explaining well. Technically, it's not mine. It's giving your steel mills more buy orders, increasing both the price and income of the steel/mills, which gives you more tax. There's more money being exchanged. Yeah, increasing prices is good, but your Panama Canal Company was having trouble with prosperity. Oh, we need the prosperity to get the extra slot. Looks like ours won't have too much trouble here. We do finish vulcanization as well. I think that what we'll do is we'll come in here and do this. And that should do that. And then the other places should employ up. We can add construction. I think we'll be a little bit slow about it, though. I think we already have some in the queue, actually, honestly. Currently building a lot of this. We see a bunch of stuff get added here. Is it all getting added in similar places? Lhasa, Suzhou. I wonder if more infrastructure popped up there. Or is it just a building completing, maybe? Causing it to be like, yeah, we should re-add stuff. Can you withdraw from enforced treaties if you fight a war against the treaty owner? I think it automatically withdraws. Did anyone get a reverse sway problem? I played a game where Prussia and Denmark wanted me to help them. Couldn't reverse sway. It was, war reps because Prussia didn't agree. Well, I mean, if they don't agree, then they don't agree. That doesn't necessarily sound like a bug. Am I missing something? It doesn't sound like a bug. This will make the rest of our subjects hate us, but that's maybe not a bad thing. I think the reason we didn't go for this before was because Russia hated it. Here the US hates it. The US is relatively weak, no? They have a bigger military than us, I think. So let's actually maybe try and do something about that. A bigger military when we take into account things. Let's do some of that. So we'll get a fat stack that we can pull units off from. You had 50-year alliance with Germany ended a game where they didn't join a war, which was whatever. Not ideal. How much do you rely on auto-expanding? Quite a lot to kind of just keep the queue going, especially if I'm trying to interact with chat a lot. It's like only slightly suboptimal if you just set up some good stuff. And so, it's not too big a deal. In theory, like, you microing everything would be better, but I also don't have the patience to perfect micro. Man, we are getting so many mass migration attractions. What's our pop look like? Ooh, baby. We're not really taking any more territory, so this is quite a nice come up. What Sina Nostra is saying is that the person you are wanting a war goal against disagrees. Someone you're wanting a war goal against disagrees with the war goal? Wait, what? Is it worth it in the late game to import high-demand raw material, like lead, rather than conquer the states? It's probably better to conquer the states, but it's probably okay to import, or better to import now than it used to be. You can get, like, investment rights and build it yourself, and then import it, something like this. What's a good heuristic for where to build trade centers? I think reasonably you could just correlate, trade centers with the amount of urbanization you have. So the more urbanization you have, probably the better the trade center will be there. They're also going to be slightly better on coasts, and they're going to be really, really strong. They're better on coasts because they use merchant marine, which is produced in ports, which are on coasts. And then also any place where you have, like, one of these that gives trade capacity, they're going to be absolutely insane. So you'd want to spam them there. Also, any place where you're pushing throughput for economies of scale, even though that might not necessarily be good. So here we push to 30 tools. If we look at local prices, almost certainly we don't have an even balance of tools. Like, we're producing too many tools, but by building, you can see here, our balance of tools is plus 6k. But by building trade centers here, we could maybe get the opportunity to export tools. I don't know if the margin is good enough on this trade center such that we are exporting tools. I think that we're not, but in theory this could be something that we would do. Generally we're just a little bit more import oriented, so probably add more of these. So places where you've decided to do that, it's also going to be good. I think we're doing that in Minas Gerais. But steel I think we're exporting, or we were exporting steel, maybe not anymore. And we pushed economies of scale on steel specifically. Yeah, now we're not exporting steel anymore. We were exporting steel out of there when we had produced too much of it by pushing economies of scale of 30. I think economies of scale for us is 30 right now, so we're actually going to push those up. So let's add a couple more railways there, too. Can you still get Greenland in exchange for promising to remove tariffs? Maybe. That wouldn't surprise me. It's not very valuable territory. Do you think economic laws should be balanced around each of them being viable? No, absolutely not. I think that, people often complain about this, and I think it's a little bit silly. I think that, so, like, if you look at, like, what appears to be the historical basis for interventionism, this is, like, the heavily mercantile interventionist, economic philosophy that preceded, like, a free trade orientation. Like, so, this is, like, the type of economy that, Adam Smith whinges against, in Wealth of Nations, where you're overly protective, in this type of thing. It's not like a regulated free market economy. It seems to me like this is traditionalism plus, and it should just always be worse than laissez-faire. And like there should perhaps be another law that's like neoliberalism, that's like post laissez-faire, which is like got like anti-monopolistic or trust-busting things. Monopolies like shouldn't be good, but they're good. And they shouldn't be good because they create deadweight loss to society by increasing price and undersupplying the good. But as it stands, if they just increase price, this is just going to be a good thing because it makes your industries more profitable. But yeah, I don't think that they should be balanced. I think agrarianism should maybe be better than it is. I think that the fact that companies are always owned by capitalists creates a problem for any type of non-capitalist run, because you don't really have a reasonable kind of alternative. But I don't think that they should be balanced. I think interventionism should just be worse. I see this as just like traditionalism plus, and like if you're going capitalism, you go laissez-faire, and that this is the way you look at it. So can you explain shortly how exporting stuff is good for your economy? My trade centers won't trade unless I use subventions for my good. Yeah. Exports are probably generally going to be better than imports. But you'll make more money on imports if, like, all the prices in your economy are expensive. But let's find an industry. This only has level 1, so it's easier to analyze. So, here we have a building, right? The building's making plus 383. So this is a good thing because this money is going to go to reinvestment, and also we can tax the pops that are making this money. Also, we can tax the pops that are making these wages. So both these things are good. This plus this, the balance plus the wages, is equal to this. So the profitability of the building, it first pays the wages, and then any remaining balance goes to the owners of the building. Okay? When we increase the price of rubber, that increases these combined numbers. It makes the building more profitable. So if this rubber went up in price by, let's call it roughly 50%, up to 3K is the output sale price of rubber, then the weekly balance would increase by 1100, right? And we would be able to generate more tax and get more reinvestment. All other things equal, increased price or higher prices in your economy, just generally, not in one specific industry, but just overall higher prices, stimulates your economy because if you increase the price of all the input goods of all the buildings and all the output goods of all the buildings will get more profitable because all of them are running positive balances. All of them, the output goods minus the input goods is net positive. So if you increase this by 50% and you increase the price of these by 50%, you will increase the combined total of the wages of the balance also by 50%. And that's where your value is getting created. So just generally, high prices are good. Now, some things being high prices while other things are low prices could create situations that are bad, but general high prices is good. And exports increase prices. I feel like the question was maybe originally about exports, actually. Yeah, exporting increases prices. Increase buy orders. Get a foreign regional country in your land, it will give you throughput in industries you don't have a company for, and then you can cancel their investment and it will continue expanding. I don't know if that's good. If it continues expanding, I believe it still sends the money back. I think that that's bad. Like, currently we're getting sent, we're getting sent back 11... or 111,000. I think it still withdraws money from your economy. I'm not 100% sure, but... when's it time to stop taking debt? Because it feels like I'm afraid to take too much debt. Debt's just generally good because it allows you to stimulate the economy more. There shouldn't be more than just LF is optimal. Well, now cooperative ownership might be good again. I don't know. But then, there being a post-laissez-faire is something I'd be okay with. I just think that interventionism shouldn't, like... it doesn't make sense for interventionism to be as good as laissez-faire, I don't think. Because what it seems to be representing historically is just like a system that was worse than laissez-faire. It was like... it was a system that protected the ownership class, but also was just inefficient. Rather than a system that doesn't protect anyone and is more efficient. Monopolies increase prices. Are monopolies really that good? It seems like companies end up owning everything. Well, if it increases prices by 20% with no other effect, then that is a pretty good thing. The game is Marxist. Of course, it doesn't simulate neoliberalism. I don't know if it's Marxist, but some of the assumptions of Marxism are like assumptions that are in game, which is like a materialist conception of like politics and like history and this type of thing. But laissez-faire being like way better than other stuff is just like very not Marxist. I feel like neoliberalism's a bit outside the game's time frame. Yeah, this may be fine. When was Teddy Roosevelt though? Teddy Roosevelt cracked down on monopolies. So like there being a form of laissez-faire that cracks down on monopolies is like I think reasonable. Teddy Roosevelt preceded the end date of the game. IRL thinking laissez-faire is the best economically is a very Western view. Many economies got destroyed by being forced to open the West. That is a different thing, I think, than... I think there's a slightly different thing going on there, or like an additional thing to appreciate that in that. Here, we want to make sure that we don't get cut off in here. And that is that... I think that overall it's going to be more efficient, but it's also going to be extractive in nature for the like lower rung people. And I think that systems that simulate the extractive nature of colonization are underrepresented in Vic 3. But I'd rather have like laissez-faire be best, and then there also be systems by which if you're lower at the bottom of the totem pole, that's maybe bad for you. But also that should maybe be a trade policy thing that you're kind of like thinking of more so than laissez-faire itself, because one of the reasons that backward countries get it's a bad shake for them because free trade kind of forces them onto resource-based economies, and being resource-based generally leads to high corruption in your nation, as well as like an underdeveloping of the like intellectual class and like other sorts of things like this. And it's maybe more to do with trade policy than it is to do with like the economic system itself. Although the economic system plus foreign investment. But in terms of maximizing GDP on like a global scale, when we say like when we're talking about that in terms of efficiency, laissez-faire should be best. World market screen shows each country's trade balance now. World market screen. I wonder who has the best trade balance. Or the total. We're importing 20,000 goods. And we're not even the biggest exporter. We're exporting 6,000. So prices are generally high in our economy, and this is pulling down prices. But we are getting profitability from the trade center. But it's possible we want to actually tariff imports. In order to push up prices in our economy. This is like, there's so much, like, stuff I need to poke around with and try and figure out in regards to trade. Like, it might be good for us to start tariffing, like, all this stuff. So if we tariff it, then we'll produce more of it. We'll decrease the volume. We can see the Brazil market, like, coal isn't even that expensive, but if we tariff the import of it, we'll start producing more of it ourselves. The thing is we're also owning on the other end. We're importing it from people for whom we own those industries overseas, so we're importing from ourselves. Which adds, like, another, like, layer of complexity, because we're pushing up prices in stuff that we own. It's just overseas that we own it. I wish LF locked you out of workers' protections. I don't think that that's appropriate. Like, laissez-faire is, like, referring to... like, a system by which you care about ownership. And this is workers' rights, I feel, are distinct from, like, ownership consideration. Although there's, like, a correlation between, like, unbridled, like, unregulated laissez-faire and having no workers' rights, like, historically speaking. I feel that those are two discrete entities. Stop taking debt is 99% of your credit limit. Why? It's so good, though. Neoliberalism is a thing created in the 50s and 70s. There should be something that mimics macroeconomics implemented after Great Depression, like Keynesianism. I think I'd be on board with that. Oh, we were building up military, yeah, so we could go after this. Are we currently getting a penalty from annexing someone? Oh, did they decrease? I think they decreased the time at which everyone's mad at you for annexing a country, because I feel like we annexed New Granada not that long ago, and they're not upset with us. Interesting. Interesting. Can't we beat the USA here? Why don't we get our stuff recruited up and then go for it? Might require a little bit of micro on our part. Our stuff is recruiting up. Okay, we'll just hang out for a little bit. How's debt good? What you get in exchange for the additional spending is the additional spending drives up prices in your economy, which makes everything more profitable, and you also get the money earlier. And these two combinations is worth more than the negative effects of debt. The trade-off you get for it. Like, it's not the case if we could just have 30 billion more credit accumulated that this would be good. It's the act of accumulating that 30 million more credit is not good. Alright, the Panama Canal Company is picking stuff up. I don't think we currently have shipyards anywhere. Ports and shipyards. Not picking up any trade centers yet. FDR was elected in 32. No. It's just still kind of close to the end of the game. Like, they don't put Mustache Man in the game. He's technically relevant before 36. What about American tariffs protecting the fledgling industries of the USA? Ha Jun Chang's kicking away the ladder. Seems like degree of interventionism should be better in poorer countries. Yeah. It should be, but it should be because of... I guess to some degree it's because of foreign ownership. Well, it's because finished goods are getting dumped to your economy. You can't outcompete them. Like, it's a trade thing that makes, it's a trade rather than an ownership thing, I think, that makes it, bad for fledgling countries, because they want to get their own industries off the ground, and when the finished products are getting dumped into their industry, like finished steel from Great Britain, then they can't make their own, industry, and instead are relegated to exporting raw materials, which is like worse for you in the long term. But like during the period, like Prussia and like the USA put tariffs on Great Britain, like on their coal, iron, and steel, and like this type of stuff, so they could develop the industries themselves. But the act of tariffing, right? That's like in that way. That's not about the British owning. That's not about their ownership. That's about the tariff regarding the movement of goods, creating an economic condition such that you can have those domestic industries. That's like less a matter of like who owns those industries, right? Colonization greatly improving the lives of most people is always an interesting thing to see in game. Yeah, because like the extractive like nature of it is like not properly represented. But like the because you create like local economic activities, so the SOL actually gets high. Like here we can see 11 SOL, which is higher than before we got here. But like I think that has a lot to do with there's no like downward effect on wages. Like maybe there should be. Like wages should get like pushed down really hard in some places and in some situations, and they don't. Is game GDP investment multiplier below 50 billion makes small countries able to compete and invest in a way that they actually should be able to? Absolutely. I think that this, like, as a system, the reinvestment positive a multiplier. So for those of you who don't know, if you're at 0 GDP, it's 3. And then it scales linearly to 50 million. So you will get, at 25 million, you'll get double the amount from your reinvestment pool than you should. I don't think that this makes any sense, like, as a simulation, but I do think it's a concession to making, like, smaller countries more viable, which players definitely want smaller countries to feel more viable. Their original justification for it no longer makes any sense, and that is, smaller countries will invest in themselves, larger countries will invest abroad. Now we have foreign investment. So the original thing that it was supposed to be simulating is no longer remotely... It's already covered with, like, an actual mechanic. But everybody and their mother wants to play Sokoto and be able to do well. And if you take this away, it makes smaller GDP starts a lot worse. So... Welcome to Brazil. Where's the tariff everything button? Yeah, basically. Laissez-faire should come with less control over foreign investment. Yeah, I would be fine with this. If laissez-faire was just way better, but it made it so everyone could invest in your nation and own stuff in your nation, then this would be better. What the hell is this? Conquer Bangkok, and then you transfer us the rest of this? Yeah, after you conquer everything but one province. No thanks, my guy. No thanks. Also, we don't want to nuke our relations with Great Britain. Oh, we could probably swap another one of these onto machine tools. Yeah. And the rubber should get auto-producing here. In theory, going after Persia is almost always good, especially early on, because then they take a bunch of stuff later, but we're kind of trying to keep it in South America a little bit. Trying to keep it in our pants. You think corn laws is still mandatory at the start of the game? No. No, because, this is the thing you could do. So this is giving us 25% pass chance. If we hover here, you can see we're getting plus 25% from the law commitment. You could just push through kind of anything with law commitments. It's like the new corn laws, except it applies to everything. Laissez-faire is too strong in game because there's basically no competition since AI is dumb. I think I do like the idea that it forces investment rights. If everyone gets investment rights in you when you go laissez-faire, and then laissez-faire is like just like giga strong, then that makes a lot of sense, I think. Hey, just joined the stream. Which companies do you have, and which ones do you plan to get? Well, we currently have Panama Canal Company, generic wood with iron added on. We have generic... No, this isn't generic steel. This is a steel company / iron company that's in South America that you could add coal onto. So we're using this, and it has prestige steel. And then we're using generic plantations, not because it's good, because it sucks butt, but as like an RP thing, so we can actually push coffee. So that's kind of like what we're using. And then the next one we're planning on putting in is going to be the Antofagasta Railway Company, which is kind of awkward, because we'll get extra coverage on iron with that extra industry. So we should have gone generic steel here. For the 5% construction throughput. Like, if we were thinking long-term, that would have been better, because generic steel, we could have added the coal, and then we could have gotten the iron from the Antofagasta Railway, but I think it's fine enough. We don't necessarily have to play everything perfect. Man, I'm asking a lot here. I appreciate your videos, appreciate your effort. Thank you so very much. Maybe -1 or 2 max institution size for workers' rights. I'd maybe be okay with that, but I still think that that's like a separate thing than like ownership laws. I think that the way to make laissez-faire worse would be yeah, making it so any country can invest in your country. The USA run with 300 million pops, 3 billion GDP, and 28 SOL, with just immigration and power block Americas 1.9. A new world feels so good. Yeah, like we're feeling pretty good doing what we're doing. Here, let's add a little bit more construction. I forget which states up here that are good. Are our military recruited up yet? Yeah, mostly. Okay, so let's go after Bolivia. Why can't we click the button? I think it's just because we have these plays available. I don't think we need to support the UK. I don't think they give us anything. Is it this? I think it's this. So now that there's no plays... This is so weird because we don't... Like, this is just a bug. Because we don't even have them... They even have... sorry, exempt from service, so that really shouldn't affect them that we have a play available, but... Okay, whatever. We understand what's going on, so we can deal with it. I think we'll raise the conscripts just cause. They also gave India flavor for annexing princely states recently? Interesting. What was this vassal nerf I keep hearing about? Well, I'm not sure to what that refers. We don't need a guy there. Eventually that'll get us the coverage. And then we just want that to defend against landings, basically. In Brazil. Do we want to add anything on the USA? I don't think so. I think we just want to annex Bolivia and then see our way out of this. Nationalize all American buildings is super cute, though. Maybe move this guy up here. This guy over here to Panama. Just to give ourselves a little bit better coverage in terms of defending some of these. Hey Joe, how's it going? We're doing pretty good so far. How's the game going? It's going pretty good. You got a treaty port with a GP now? You can get a treaty port. I didn't even know this. This probably makes some sense though. Interesting. I guess we don't need that in Sao Paulo. I have to be a little bit careful because these just might be underemployed, but... Is there anything we want to put in? No, so much infamy to get investment rights. Generic wood gets tools. Yeah, generic wood's bananas. Except that's bananas, I think giving everyone investment rights is a little absurd. Maybe everyone with interest in your capital. Maybe it's absurd from like a gameplay perspective, but like in principle, like it makes sense. But yeah, for gameplay that might suck too hard. Or be like too unfun or something like that. I would readily concede that. My point is, like, I don't think it's, I think it makes sense as a simulation. But also, I think laissez-faire should be better than interventionism by a lot more than it is. I see that keyboard behind you. You still play it? No, I do not. Keyboard feels like a lie. I, like, was learning a little bit, but, like, not anywhere near enough to, like, say I could play the keyboard piano. Alright. Let's do some of this. This should cut off access to the ocean. Let's see if the US actually intervenes, because the US has a bigger navy than us. So, if the US is smart about this, they would actually move their navy over here and start messing with us. I'm not expecting the USA to be on that level, but we did see Great Britain kind of brick us in this way. We also have just an advantage here. The US didn't start conscripting. The US isn't even here, let alone not conscripting. Okay. How's the economy working the patch if you annex all day one? How high GDP can you get? Pretty high. I mean, now there you can get better coverage from companies, so it's higher than it was before. What did we just finish? PM-wise? This. Got it. Oh, yikes. Someone's not paying attention to their PMs. And it's probably me. I think that... I actually don't know if we'll have much fertilizer. Okay, so they immediately pull off and start defending this. That seems like they're somewhat capable. Yeah, they spaced out their navy, which isn't gonna cut it, but it's like... This is somewhat, like, reasonable. Like, look, they're blockading us, they're raiding our convoys, and then they send one thing to do this. Actually, this is enough. Our frigates and man of wars actually won't be able to win this. Just kidding, the AI is smarter than we are. I don't think we win this naval battle. We can cancel our landing, but... How good bad is slotting companies in out? You lose all the ownership progress, so something we are considering here... We do hear a baboop. Something that we are considering here is that, we have coverage on the trade center right here, so we don't actually need to give trade center rights over here. So if we ever need the authority to rake it back, maybe this is something we want to do, but I think we want to let the Panama Canal Company come up a little bit, and get a little bit better here, and get more size before we make that swap. I think that it does matter. Shaminao, thank you for the follow. Big nice. So... But now we can give monopolies. Yeah, but they beat us here. Very cool. Wait, why is this 8 stack still here? That should just cancel, right? Maybe it just cancels once the battle's done? I mean, we're pushing in either way here, so it doesn't matter too much. What do we have companies for? Where's the industry? Is it just the tooling and the steel? It is just the tooling and the steel. Alright, so we'll see if we have any tooling centers that are close to 30, but are not yet 30. And we'll push economies of scale. Nope, we don't really. Mato Grasso, I guess, a little bit. But they don't have a lot of peasants. Where has a lot of peasants that is incorporated? I guess we'll just add a little bit here. A little bit here. Not like 30 stacking, because they just don't have enough guys there to like really get anything done. Bella, thank you for the follow, big nice. Something like this. But yeah, the AI seems so much better at moving around the Navy here. Did you try company colonies? Is it worth colonizing it yourself? I think it's probably not worth. I took a little bit of a look at it. It seemed not very good, but I didn't look at it extensively. Should laissez-faire be better than interventionism or worse? Probably better. Or you're asking if it is or if it should be. I think it might be worse, but I think it should be better. Who gets the buildings when you disband a company? They go to worker ownership, local worker ownership, and from there they will get privatized. Is interventionism meta in this patch? I think it might be, depending on how good monopolies are. And I don't know how good monopolies are. We could give out a monopoly here. On the, tooling workshops. Make sure everything's privatized. As best we can. Did the 8 stack get in, or did it get repelled? It probably got repelled. But yeah, lovely to see our navy get curb stomped here. Yeah, it seems so much better in general this patch. Yeah. Hey Jack, how's it going? They build military, they build universities, they build buildings. It's a ton of fun. They're almost competent. Well, I don't know if I'd go that far. You think interventions should be worse or made worse than laissez-faire, or should be made better? I think it should be worse. I think it might be better right now. We do get the additional company slot. We're not going to use it yet. Sao Paulo Railway is like one we kind of considered for the trade capacity. I think it's probably not good enough though. Or actually, let's see some of these other companies. I really do wish that it was more visible what the add-on goods were for these. This is feedback that we left, but... we don't have anything close to economies of scale there. Here we do. That'll do it. Let's do that. I think we're already at economies of scale there. Just try to get stuff into the queue, keep the construction going. Extra jobs pulls in more pops. We are pulling in quite a lot of pops. Hey Mercy, how's it going? How you be? Belgium favors so far. I think Belgium just has a very smooth and nice like play pattern now, especially because playing tall is like much better. No, not the paper import. What do we need to do? I think we already have, we need to do that, and then we just need to swap the PM to magically decrease the demand for paper. I love the change to this journal entry, because it's, like, so much better, because it used to be just, like, kind of a silly one, but it's still a little bit silly. Well, it's silly. It's not silly. It's silly because we cheese it, not because it's silly by itself. We just do this. If I lack iron, and instead of building an iron country, can I build another country that I shouldn't technically be able to, and then import it at a cheaper price since I own that? Kind of. You can build trade centers, and you'll just kind of import it from other people that are like producing quite a bit of iron. Currently, we're importing iron, and then we also have an enormous iron company that like has overseas ownership. Should we get rid of the abolitionist? Oh boy. So that would involve... Let's go into this portion of the UI, and then we are going to look at our generals and admirals. And we're looking to see if there's anyone in the Intelligentsia. No. There's currently not. Let's see what it looks like in terms of what we can expect ideology to be. Just, humanitarian... Jeez. It's one or the other, isn't it? It's either humanitarian or ethno-nationalist. Let's go, baby. Let's roll the dice. Do we go racism or do we go acceptance? Which is it? We get another abolitionist. Alright, fair enough. And now we just need to white piece out the USA. On Wiki, companies are listed. Yeah, but are you talking about it's showing the additional industry in game? It should show it in game. That is a little bit of a pain point. Is there even a prestige coal company? No, otherwise it would be the best. Because you use it for so many labor-saving PMs, it would just be insane. I think they thought that one through, and they're like, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't. I'm a little surprised there's even prestige iron, but I think that's probably fine. Full Macatone. Are you planning on bringing back some Vic 3 mods you played in the past? Yes, I am, but I think for a release weekend, it makes more sense to play vanilla. Probably gonna give up, or give more unique companies a try, maybe even later today, though. I think that mod will be a lot of fun with what's going on, and it's still mostly vanilla experience. Do you think there's any strategy where having ethno-state and closed borders would have higher pop growth than open borders multiculturalism? Yeah, if you own the world. If you own everything. Still plans with the multiplayer for an MP with economy focus? I am thinking about it. I didn't want to do it this weekend because this was like release weekend. I was thinking about it for next weekend. Thinking how I want to format that format exactly, though. We'll be a little bit lazy here and just improve relations with a bunch of people because we are floating some authority. But I think in theory we should do a bunch of treaties instead. Once this incorporates Antofagasta, we do have to get this up to level 4. Sorry, level 5. And we are going to subsidize it. But we will be able to put in the railway company. Can we maybe not go crazy? I don't think the railway I'm pretty sure the railway company requires incorporation. Yeah, this is the one we want to put in. Has to be Antofagasta with some stuff. Oh, maybe we want to, I think we do want to delete some amount of universities, maybe. Let's add a bit in Sao Paulo, though. Let's go up to EOS before we have the EOS, but, like, yeah, I don't think we want this amount in La Paz. I think we just want one everywhere. But we actively want one everywhere because they do increase our migration because we have the principle. And these will construct way slow. That's maybe okay. Because we're trying to keep the queue going. You can count it by IRL time instead of in-game time. Ethno State probably has higher growth. What? What issue I see is that you can't own, you own factories overseas, but you can't set the production methods. Yes. Overseas ownership is less valuable in this way. But overseas ownership is really cheap, so you get a lot of freebies. What's your opinion on the DLC content without factoring content from the free update? I haven't played them separate from each other, so I can't really evaluate that well. Oh, we probably should have been incorporating this ish. Let's do that. What's this? How'd they get in, dude? Oh wow, are they really enforcing on us? How did they get into a 150 stack with the landing like that? Oh no, wait, what? Okay. That doesn't make sense to me. We don't have like the late game offensive PMs, so like landing is like shouldn't be very good. Maybe they got there before you got back. I feel like our guys just didn't defend the landing properly at all. Okay, we're actually gonna conscript up. A little bit more. Oh, they're not in. They're just currently landing. Bro, why can they enforce this on us? Oh, we have to take their... Oh, dude, I forgot. We have to take their thing. Oh, no. We're gonna lose all of our ownership. Alright, I guess we'll put the AI to the test here a little bit. And this is the landing try and get in, but it has a front to it. So I think we're fine. I think they under-defend their front here. I really like super forgot. I'm not paying close enough attention to the game. What do you think is the most underrated industry? I don't know, that's kind of hard to say. I don't necessarily have my pulse. Hey, Chris Thompson, thank you for becoming a member. Big nice. I don't think I necessarily have my finger on the pulse of like what everyone else thinks too well. So being able to comment on what's underrated is a little bit difficult. Thank you so much, Chris. What do you think of the Law Pass Treaties cheese? I don't know. I think it's cheesy. What's the app on industry for the add-on for the rail? It's iron, which is a little bit awkward because we already have iron coverage. Yeah, I forgot we have to take their thing. Maybe they'll wipe peace here, but I doubt it when they get to negative. Or they shouldn't. What's this? Cool. It's. I imagine this blockade is actually like turbo messing us up. GDP hasn't like decreased yet though. They have a 63 stack defending New England, so it's not like we can swap back and forth. So they're defending against that alright. How much overseas ownership are we going to lose here? I mean, I think that this is low-key cool. It's just a little bit annoying, but we're going to lose some overseas ownership. We're going to lose a lot of overseas ownership. Holy shit. What percentage of their GDP do we own? Oh, wow. We own like a quarter of it? Oh, Jesus. We own 20% of their GDP. Oh, I wish I paid closer attention here. I feel like we could have gotten it in. We also just have an inferior navy. Maybe we couldn't. They only have to defend their things. No, we're gonna reject that. I hate that you also can't refuse peace treaties at this point. Kind of been an annoying thing for like forever. I just need you to assign naval defense in your game. I can't leave them stationed in an HQ. That's kind of annoying. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're enforcing on us. If we don't think this works, we actually should just capitulate now so we can get our market access back. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying. That's a lot of overseas GDP that we're going to lose here. That's 25 million worth of overseas GDP. Wow. I mean, I think that's neat. There's maybe a way we can try and win that by teleporting armies, except teleporting armies got nerfed, so... Yeah. It's cool that it works like that, though. So now we should have... Jesus, that was so much of our GDP overseas ownership. Oh. Oh, God. That's so painful. Also super cool that that's a way the AI can fight back, and they are actually also inclined to do it. Which means that, like, we needed to be more proactive about actually being able to, like, deal with that. Or, well, we needed to not declare that war, but we're getting Ironclad coming in. So after this, we maybe go monitor. Let's do that. And we were planning on, like, mainly minding our own business. Man, they also have a ton of, like, worker ownership, so like, now's, like, I think the best time for us to get investment rights, but they hate our guts. Minus 69 from diplomatic stance. Ugh. That only cost them 7 infamy, too, to rake back 25 million GDP worth of stuff. You could just white peace? I was thinking you white peace with the war goals changed. It's new in 1.9. Shameless and failing war goals, make it name it more iconic, do it, not like this. Yeah, no, they have to. All they have to do is maintain control. It should be maintain control of their own stuff. I don't disagree with the war goal. It's just annoying. And they made it. They've adjusted the infamy, so they only took 7 infamy to gain 25 million GDP worth of stuff. I think that that's well worth it. Yeah. Doing a good job building up the enemy. Well, we built them up with their own money, so it's not too bad. We're not expanding outside of South America, so, like, that's not as good as it normally would be. That's why I guess we're expanding a little bit down here. Maybe we go after Zulu, a little cheeky, a little bit of this. We really don't want Great Britain to side against us for regain ownership, though. So... yeah, but that's cool. That's like how the AI should behave, right? They're like, dude, you own a quarter of our country. Step off, bish. Like a healthier play pattern, I think. Oh, we didn't we should just reset PM in the new territory. Probably would have been better. We do have some rice over here. I forget which one of those states has it. I think that this is fine. Oh, they're all mad at us. You were QA testing the AI. That's good. How much do you tell how much GDP of foreign ownership do you need a mod for it? Yeah, there's like it's GDP ownership like something mod or something like this. Yeah, now look, now they own 95% of their GDP instead of like 75%. Amazing, dude. Why not go straight for torpedo boats? You're probably correct. Yeah, you're right. We don't like monitors very much. Oh, you have to go Genetical. It's probably fine. Well, it's actually just more important that we get it onto, like, an iron version. That's amazing, though. I think I'm a huge fan of that. Like, what just happened there. Other than, like, it would just obviously be bad for us this run, but, like, Renat Zvil, thank you for the follow, Big Dice, is good. You can law commitment China to pass open borders. Seems like they're more likely to actually pass it for longer treaty periods. Oh, interesting. You guarantee their independence. I think we have investment rights? Yeah, we do. Have them send us goods. I forget I haven't tested exactly how this works. This is gonna cost us money or cost them money? I imagine it costs us money if they're happy with it. We can't offer them a law commitment? Interesting. What might we want from them? Money transfer just seems super insipid and unnecessary. A lot, eh? No, let's just not do this. Let's just do this. Maybe we can get multiple commitments. High government wages is no-brainer now, it seems. It's a lot better. I don't know if I'd say no-brainer, but probably. It's probably reasonable, at least. Said it'd be bound for 25 years. Yeah. I assume this costs us money. Goods transfers. Oh, let's send them a little bit of money too, I guess. It's kind of inconsequential to us. I think that's how you spell sesame. Never spell on stream. You know the rules. I'm looking around for the goods differential. Who's paying money? Oh, we're making a lot from tariffs. Oh, tariffs actually good for generating money now? I mean, they're good for stopping trading like what it is you don't want to trade. I mean, we don't see a change in this thing. For goods transfers, they get paid from your pops buying the goods. Oh, the pops buying the goods paid directly to them, so we're losing money. But then we're getting silk transferred, right? How's that supposed to be working here? Everyone seems first time checking out Charters of Commerce. Seems people are happy with it. I'm thinking of getting it. Well, it's free to play the free patch this weekend, so I'd recommend just trying that out for starters. It doesn't include Charters of Commerce though. But yeah, this seems to be one of the most successful patches that they've had. I like how they added guaranteed and percent chance treaty system. EU4 was more like that. I think I like it. They let you renegotiate relatively quickly too, so it's not like, it doesn't feel super like a die roll. It's when they say no, it's a delay rather than a denial. Eventually you'll get it through, just on an average time depending on the rate you want to go for. Wish there was a way we could get all our buildings back, but they're like gone forever from the USA. We have the thing for multiculturalism now. I don't think that... Or let's see if we can get law commitment for multiculturalism. We could get it for Council Republic. And for multiculturalism. At least off of them. So let's come back here and see if we can renegotiate Lummy's Law Machine. So that we... she's not into that. Alright. But Francis, so maybe it's tech-locked? We saw some other things that imply it's not just tech-locked, though. But yeah, this is the new way to pass multiculturalism. I mean, 6,000 is not a lot. We actually just don't need to put in that much if we don't want. We could just say we won't colonize somewhere. They improved the Wargle tooltip dispatch. This game is not that long, unlike EU. Time is actually a resource here. Yeah, that's fair enough. Still need to actually read it, though. Yeah, I mean, we're not very good at that. We're also, like, not uber trying to push this run, because we're mainly responding to questions and showing off stuff, I feel like. So, I think it's not too big an issue. Let's sort by peasants and do this. Is there a way to check the market cap of a good? I don't know what you mean by market cap. Telling someone to pass a law gives you the success chance for it as well as them. As well as them? Really? We can't tell them to go onto it. Maybe both parties need the law? How much debt they got? Quite a bit. Ugh. We should have just lowballed them super hard, and then... I wish it kept what you just asked for, so it wasn't so much to do it after. Wait, we can't ask for multiculturalism now? We just asked for it. What gives? Oh, they don't like this no more. They don't like this no more. Oh, it's because it's not improvement. It's so weird. We just got multiculturalism offered off of them, right? I'm not sure I understand the underlying logic here. We can't retire him yet. We wanted to get the ethno-nationalists to get rid of the ethno-nationalists. One of these guys is Congo, or South Africa, rather. Naval invasion's still broken for now stationed armies don't defend. Yeah, you have to actually assign them to the front, which I think is kind of not a very good change. Well, you can get women's suffrage without any help. I think we'll just do that. France probably took the IG supporting it out of their government. Oh, is that how it works? The IG support? That makes sense. Let's take a look at what their government is and okay, they have a market liberal, an ethno-nationalist, Bonapartist, and they have a humanitarian. Got it. So there's the fact that they had a trade union, so that was humanitarian in government. Let's get rid of you and take a look. We just wanted to peek under the hood of available agitators here. We're not too keen on, or it doesn't matter too much that we get, like, cautious or literary, considering we're not expanding more than we've already done. Once Pedro dies, we'll be able to roll, or we will have an enlightened royalist, so we will be able to go just straight for multiculturalism as well. You can only ask them for laws they already have, no? No, it's not that. Seems to be that whatever someone in their government supports. Which makes sense. I think we got scammed, right? Okay, we didn't get scammed. Oh, it's like automatically cool. Well, now that we lost all the ownership in the USA, maybe this is a good time to ditch this. And then grant the investment rights here. I'm just kidding. Trade rights here is interesting. I feel like it should not be allowed. We should not be allowed to add it. Unlocked by the trade rights company charter? The hell it is. This is just like UI nonsense. I'm gonna take a screenshot and maybe leave feedback if we could remember. Stuff's not incorporated yet. I wonder if we could get for free. We get for free? How bad do you want Guyana? This seems like a cool little... thing that we can maybe do. Oh, we don't have investment rights with her. Okay, and then we'll agree not to colonize North Africa. How about the Nile? We'll agree not to tariff wood. We'll agree not to tariff luxury clothes, probably. And we wanted to see if it was possible for us to get Guyana. It probably won't be. But diplomatically. I'm guessing this is like one of the things that the AI is really going to be uppity about. Yeah. Maybe if we take on debt for that. We will not subvention sulfur. It's gonna be good for us if they have a lot of shipyards and trade centers. If they don't have companies for that, we could just like scoop that up. No? Where do we see where their companies are? It's in domestic, right? So they do have a trade center company and shipyard company. Damn. My canal company exploded just when you tried adding trade building, it just deleted it. That's maybe a bug report. Let's also add a Arts Academy everywhere for the migration attraction. We could use qualifications there anyways, and eventually these will get incorporated. Forgot that Arts Academy being in development feels so weird. I don't think I'm a fan of that. Oh, this guy's the traditionalist. We don't want him. What's the timeline on incorporation here? 3 years? Alright. Gotta love it when the cautious literary slaver and the agitator. Oh, really? I didn't even notice. Cautious literary slaver, where is he? He maybe got scooped up. I don't see a cautious literary... I don't even see a slaver. That's cute, though. In my game, not yours. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. I think it's a little bit more interesting if we just, like, don't turbo conquer everything. Oh. Do some of that. They are 5-year incorporations. And let's add unis. And also for migration. Could go for this. So if we low roll this, we just reset to 3%. So it's kind of like -7 on the downside. Let's go for it. Risky to get the bisky. God, we got cucked so hard by the USA. That's cool though. You could also just do that in the reverse, right? Feel like you just Japan, you open yourself up, you allow investment by like the UK, they build a bunch of stuff. And then you just defend your borders and you're like, yoink, smell you later. That'll be cool. Is slave trade meta now? It might be if you're trying to go uber low pops, because you could kind of throttle it a little bit better, maybe. We were trying to do it on our Panama run. It's probably no good, but we were trying to do it. There's gold in them hills. Probably delete that. Ironclad's not spreading. You see a population heat map? Diminished Chedis. Maybe La Paz actually we did want a university that was built relatively tall. We deleted a bunch of unis. I think that was actually a mistake. Let's get back up to 30 here, which is the current economies of scale. Because we have a lot of pops there. Cowboy Ronin, thank you for the follow, big nice. I hate that mass migrations can't apply. If something's under 20 arable land, it's just like turbo hard to get pops to. Just feels terrible. Running on 1856 grad tax. I don't know how this will go. Interesting. I'm very curious to try Qing slavery using law treaties to get it. I mean, stuff's like super way wider open now, yeah. What will you help us pass? We already on prop tax? Yeah, we are. Oh, we're just supposed to add more construction, aren't we? Deleting unis is like never worth it. They do cost a lot of construction, but looking for throughput, like half the cost of units is the unis of the construction. Yeah, I feel you. Glad to catch you, Generalist Gaming. I've watched many of your hours on content on YouTube. Thank you so very much. Let's go with the positivists. Hey, let's go. Time for Pedro to die and us to go multiculturalism. Let's go for expanding the rubber in the Amazon pretty aggressively here. So we can push the exploiting the Amazon JE. How much bigger do other countries' economies get? Well, to be fair, to some extent we're juicing them up because we have investment rights in them, but other economies are relatively large. We are not even the biggest with 150 million. We juiced up the USA's, and then they cucked us real good. They fought us for the war goal of nationalize all buildings, and the requirement seems to have changed, where we have to land them to get it, and we were not aware of this, or not paying attention, and they enforced on us. A tragic event, but that's fantastic that that's the way that works now. I'm actually really pleased with that. I think that we'll turn it on for this. The most efficient one, it is the coal itself. Nice. I think we put munitions plant on auto expand in the capital. Because we are using a manufacturing decree. I think that we're using a resources decree, we could kind of stop. I mean, it's kind of down for free, but I just want to have a better sight of our decrees in general. Road maintenance in Panama is unnecessary. Now, do we have a charter we want to give out? I don't think so. My experience, AI is getting like 2x more GDP growth by 1900. That's amazing. It's like there's confounds because if you're investing in them, but I think that the decrease in government wages overall really makes the AI play a lot better, or would likely do that. Any video tutorials for someone who's getting back before spheres of influence? I think that I kind of like my Spain tutorial for beginners. But some of the stuff, like, no longer applies. Like, vertically integrating stuff is less important. So having everything in one state is not as important because of the way trade has changed. Do you plan on making a tier list for companies in the future? Yeah, but I don't have my finger on the pulse of this too much right now. I was thinking of doing a best in slot companies video, but, like, I need to think through that a little bit more. There's a lot going on with that. They declared and rationalized, you have to land them? Yeah, I mean, they have all the buildings already. What do you expect? That's such a good change. They already have all the buildings. They already own them all. What's annoying is that the tick below zero mechanic is the annoying part. They absolutely... That should be the war goal. Them just holding on to their buildings. But, like, the tick below zero mechanic is stupid. But that's a different thing. Because, like, we just, like, would have built up a navy and then eventually landed them. That's how we would have approached that. And so, like, yeah. I think we do want to give out a monopoly on tools, though. So maybe let's do that. Do we want to give out monopoly on tools? Okay, what's... Actually, in theory, we probably only want to give out monopolies on something that's negative in price. So here we do have minus 21%. Oh, what's this? We're tariffing the export? Alright. That would explain why we never export it. But if we do this on the tools, or whatever's the total sell orders, So giving monopoly rights on tools would make sense. Just in terms of how the math works, if it has a lower price, then that means we have more sell orders than buy orders. So when we increase the price of it, mathematically, this is more valuable than if we have something with a positive price, even if there's a ton of it. So like the steel here, I think this is above base price. This is above base price. So this means we have more buy orders than sell orders. And for every buy order we have, when we increase the price, we decrease the profitability of that industry. And for every sell order we have, we increase profit by a commensurate amount. So, in theory, it's like quantity or marginal difference between buy and sell orders times base price times negative or price difference. So this would be like 0.21 times, what is this, 4.5k times the base price of tools is probably how you evaluate the value of pushing up the price. Votus es-tu un chat? I'm a cat? Yes. Je suis un chat. Anyone still can't employ Suez? We have it constructing right now, so we'll find out. Je suis un cheval? So I think that we are going to experiment with that here. I think this is the best one for us to give out. So... and so it was at minus 21% price. What does it go up to? So it goes up 15% in the price. But now we won't really be able to sell that much of it. We maybe actually should have done this with coffee. You know what? Monopolies are probably going to be better with consumer goods, generally speaking. Because those are end goods. So we don't actually decrease, we just lower SOL. When we raise the price of coffee, we just lower SOL, right? Which is potentially a good thing given the new population growth mechanics. Lowering SOL might be a good thing. And then this has its demand pushed up anyways. Yeah, I mean, it just pushes up price by 15%. That's just the way it's going to work. Trying to think through it. Why not a rubber monopoly too? I think our rubber's not cheap and we have less of it. But we could take a look. So the rubber's expensive. So if we push up the price of rubber by 15%, we have more industries consuming the rubber than we do selling the rubber. So that'll actually be net negative for our economy. So you have to, I think you can only monopoly stuff that's below base price, or it's only going to be worth it something below base price, unless it's a finished good, or like an end good, in which case your population eats the thing. But to be fair, if we do it on coffee, what will happen is, we will generate more money, yes. Our pops will eat the price, yes. But then when their SOL drops, their buy basket drops, which drives down prices, which decreases the profit of other consumer goods. However, what percentage of these buy orders are trade centers? $3K. So if we're exporting something and we increase the price of it, that's fine. I'm just trying to think through what's the best thing to monopoly. It might be prestige porcelain. is probably prestige porcelain. It's an end good. You generally want glass cheap. Driving up the price of porcelain will decrease your construction good cost. And then you can dump the consumer good price into other people's markets easier because they will overconsume porcelain. As a result of it being a consumer good, prestige good, even if... Yeah, I think that that's probably it. They will overconsume it. Even if the price is high. Trade centers will export less if the price is higher. Yeah, I understand. So we would subvention it. I'm just thinking if you subvention a trade good, like really hard to... So if subventions are good, one of the places it's probably good is for consumer prestige goods. Because as you dump more into their market, this warps their buying pattern, and it will increase their imports by more than the expense implies on the subventions. So they'll increase their import side rather than just your export side into the world market by more, which improves your margins because it adds buy orders on the other side of the trade. I think I mean that's how it should work. But now you can build more of it to lower the price again. Yeah, we'll just build more. We'll build more of them. The point is also, not just that we have a higher price, but we have a higher price while also running more buy orders than sell orders. So this becomes a bit of a math thing. I mean, I think it's actually probably just tools because there's more, of the thing. But, even if we get the price to... Yeah, as long as it's something you have more buyers than sellers, even if the price goes to 0, we're still making more money. It's just if it starts out above 0, then it should be bad. Wine is probably good. I think you've Connor right, I think so too. I think tools are the best monopoly since you generally have a huge amount of... Yeah. No, I think that... I think that tools are reasonable because it's the highest proportion. If it's not a consumer good, it's going to be tools. For the best thing in the monopoly. But to monopoly and subvention, I'm not sure we want to subvention tools here. I think it's just monopolizing, it's probably okay. But monopoly plus subventioning consumer or prestige porcelain makes sense. That might not have been what I said earlier, though. Or I might have just said, but the best thing monopoly is the prestige porcelain. I'm thinking monopoly and then try and offload sell orders, or offload buy orders via trade centers to other people's markets. Because if you offload trade, if you trade some of the things and they're eating the higher price, then that effectively... So the marginal difference between your sell orders and your buy orders is what's informing the value of the monopoly, right? But if your buy orders are from trade, they don't count. So if 5k of our buy orders were from trade, and we increase the price, then that doesn't count towards the value we're gaining from the monopoly because someone else is paying the extra for the tools in their industries, not us. But at the same time, it's harder to push trade when you have that happening. But as far as subventions go, the thing that can overpush trade in regards to subventions is consumer goods, because this should warp consumption in a way that the tools don't. Because tools, the more sell orders you have of tools in the market, it doesn't cause more consumption to happen. The more sell orders you have of the consumer good, of the coffee in your market, the more that this warps this. So it causes trades on the... it causes buy orders in the market more than it should when you trade it. If you're subventioning hard enough. Wine actually also might make more sense, because it's both... yeah, maybe wine makes sense too, because it's... or wine is better than coffee or tea or alcohol, probably. Because it's both types of goods. I found subventions only work late game. They're super expensive. There's a lot of math to unpack, but I have a sneaking suspicion that subventions on consumer goods that are prestige goods specifically might be okay, but I don't think subventioning tools here would be good. But because tools... because, like, the thing that's going to make the most money is going to be... from the monopoly is going to be whatever you have the biggest difference in sell orders and buy orders from, or whatever you have more sell orders, marginal sell orders minus buy orders, times base price times, difference between, or amount of price below zero is gonna do it. Best Monopolies is the 1935 Classic Reproduction Edition. Or the Colts also, the or not monopolizing that. You just actually want volume of trade with that, but that's a good one to subvention. Cool. Tools and steels are fairly close in market share, but tools, yeah, tools are because the price is lower, yeah. Oh no. Steel is more expensive than tools. We are lagging though. Steel's more expensive than tools though, so that's relevant. I think we'll just do something like that. They have a lot of pops in La Paz, I think. A good way you have the biggest share, like oil, is Russia, and others have no choice but buying it from you. But that's pushing into the heuristic, right? Which is that it's buy orders minus sell orders, or sorry, sell orders minus buy orders, plus the number of buy orders that come from, or sell orders minus buy orders that are not coming from trade. So the 765. The fact that we've increased prices on this, we don't really care that much about. Although it decreases the amount of trade we have, and so we're getting slightly less profit from trade centers when we put in the monopoly. So we would have to do the math on that too. And then we have to think about, like, enforcing monopolies on other people in terms of the value, right? Wow, they really hate that. They really hate that, holy shit. You could also... you can force them to take on... It's such a weird thing, but if we force them to take on our debt... in a way that, like, bankrupts them, we can get them to be less than a great power, so we could get the monopoly or something like this. No, wine I think is not so good because of the low, if old caps apply, it's still quite low if you not have an obsession like it. You can help to push obsessions by subventioning. I mean, I suspect if the subventions are good, they'll make the most sense on consumer goods. Turkey #1, hell yeah, brother. Is it me or just prestige coal being excessively OP to make the prestige good percent bonus? Giving percent of related to percent of prestige goods used. Oh, you could do that. That seems a fine way to approach it. Clipper trade's always negative. Is Merchant Marine viable to go? Wait, what? I'm not sure what you're asking. You, like, have to build it for trade. Losing our prosperity bonus here, not like this. Feels bad, man. 117% throughput. Partially because we have steel. Prestige steel as an input. In theory, you could kind of compound value if you do multiple things in the chain. Also with prestige goods. Like, if you're playing Russia, you go New Russia Limited, Prestige Iron, then Prestige Steel, then Prestige Tools. Effectively, anything that uses tools as a major input is just gonna get... Or, like, you... Every link in the chain, you're, like, juicing. We have an inept leader on the forestries. That's why they're doing bad. Inept. And cruel. Is there a way to get rid of this idiot? I don't think there is. I think there's no interactivity. You just, like, roll good ones sometimes and roll bad ones sometimes. We use the ships to export the ships. Thanos would be proud. Russia had prestige oil? That too. Although it's kind of on the outskirts. Anyone can have prestige oil if they try hard enough, basically. Ba-ba-da-dee-da. Let's do that. We could import the other ones. I think the PMs for the Ironclad's much better. Where is this? Is this bugged out? Interesting. The prestige products are exclusive produced? No, that's Monopoly. Have you noticed that pops support whack-ass interest groups? Yeah, that has to be a bug. Like the capitalism for supporting the rural folk. We have this omni-powerful rural folk relative to normal. When we have, like, tenant farmers and, like, powerful capitalists and the rural folk are just, like, bossing it up. Yeah, we've seen it. My kingdom for a feminist. Can Pedro die already? He's 63 and he's sickly. How does it feel to support a Nazi regime financially? Hey, we got one. Hey, someone doesn't approve of us supporting Ukraine. I'm sure you're already aware, but look up the Brigade Azov. Yeah, so if we're going to compare anyone to fascist, maybe it's going to be the country that's unilaterally, invading another sovereign country in an attempt to acquire its land there. Hey, we get one. It's been a while. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, also I love the was it we can find one Nazi among the Ukrainians, so they must all be Nazis type of thinking. The denazification as Russia's in the midst of kidnapping children, indoctrinating them, attacking civilian centers just with massive amounts of ordnance and all this jazz. But yeah. But no. We gotta deflect and focus on something else. It's the classic. You condemn Putin for invading a sovereign nation, and then the response is like always a deflection. Just 2 days ago, he said that Ukraine belongs to Russia. What was that about? Certainly, it's not about helping them out and just like removing the Nazis that he purports for them to have. Also, a lot of the people in the Azov battalion, my understanding, is actually died at this point, which is a function of defending the nation, as one does. When did Ukraine come up? No, this guy just brought it up. Yeah, I mean, if you think that that's going to push the needle on my support for Ukraine, just like calling me names, that's really not going to do it. Do we ban the pro-Russia guy? No, not yet. It's fine to be pro-Russia. It's just if they significantly derail, I think. I don't mind someone who has a different opinion. The issue with the other guy who would repeatedly come to the stream is he was like actively just trying to derail and wasn't engaged in good faith like conversation. I don't want to like create echo chambers. Another sovereign country that is literally committing genocide? No. Forcing, when the official language is so the argument for this is that they are forcing like ethnic Russians to speak Ukrainian. The official language is Ukrainian. That's what they teach at schools, and this is like what we're going to be calling genocide. I don't really think so, but kidnapping a bunch of Ukrainian children and taking them back to Russia, and then indoctrinating them. That is much more close. Now that you bring it up, would you condemn the U.S. for invading Germany? It's completely different. Where are the concentration camps in Ukraine, my guy? Also, Germany was the aggressor. Germany is the one that invaded Poland and Czechoslovakia and all that. So, like, the closer analogy would be the U.S. invading Russia. Nazism is when the Jewish president fights a defensive war, basically. Remind me who attacked a train full of civilians again? Remind me who just unleashed this, like, massive blitz like on Ukraine under the cover of like this Iranian, Israel nonsense, because everyone was focused on elsewhere. The biggest bombing of civilian centers, I think, in Ukraine so far this entire war. Also, if you want to talk about attacking civilians, you should maybe look up the Ryazan apartment bombings where Putin bombed his own people in order to make it easier to get elected. My beef here is mainly with Putin. I'd recommend you look into the history of Ukraine during World War II. Lots of ugly stuff. I'd recommend you look into the history of the USSR during World War II. Like, you want to talk about historically ugly? It's okay. Okay, bud. I mean, we could. I don't think World War II is enormously relevant to people today because it's a few generations removed. But if you want to go there, I mean, uh, less moderation, less work. Yeah, yeah. No, I think I know who this is because they're already in and they enter with something as provocative as possible. That's like not immensely relevant. I think this is Mahmoud coming back to the stream for some more. Interestingly, on release weekend. So yeah, I mean, if we want to focus on maybe we want to focus on release more so than Ukraine Russia conflict. In which case, maybe we just pop them. But I'll have to have a think. I'm getting behind in chat, which is, of course, the MO. If we're gonna do whataboutism, yeah, basically. Germany declared war on the US. That too. Or, not Germany. Japan. Or actually, I don't know who issued the declaration of war. Like, the official declaration of war? I actually don't know who did that, but, like, okay, the obvious, like, first person to attack the other person was... Is that why the armed forces are just categorically not powerful? Is because the weird IG support going on? Because our armed forces just haven't gotten anywhere. Is that what's driving that? That's curious if that's the case. Let's get another 20 battalions. The official language in the German Empire was German. Would you have approved of forcing the significant Polish population to speak German, as they did? If they were in school in Germany, I would not have a problem with them being taught in German, which is what countries with official languages do, categorically. I'm not sure exactly how you... I don't even understand how you think that's a gotcha. Now, if they are going into Poland and invading Poland and then forcing the Polish-speaking Poles to speak German, that's a little bit of a different thing, but that has a lot more to do with the invasion bit than it does, you know, making Poles speak German bit. Germany even declared war on the USA after Pearl Harbor, there we go. How do you get rid of foreign regional company HQ after getting rid of investment rights? I believe it is sufficient. Or actually, we could check. I didn't check see if we still had ours with the USA, but I believe nationalizing all the buildings of the nation ought to do it. Oh, what is this? Bro, we still keep this in the USA? That's insane. Why do we get to keep this after they nationalized all our buildings? You can nationalize the buildings one by one if you're on interventionism, though. That's crazy that we get to keep this. The Wagner Group were founded and filled with national social. Yeah, I mean, but like he's trying to look like the number of people who like support like Nazi ideology in like Ukraine is like non-zero, but like holding it up as if it's predominant is just like absurd. Requirements to teach a language, enforcing usage of the language and walks of life are very, very different. Yes. Also, like, I think most countries, like, that's the forcing them to speak the language or like this type of thing is also just like a propaganda, like, speaking point that is like primarily used, like, for like U.S. facing, social circles, because they're like, I think almost all, if not all, like the countries like in Europe have a national language, and that's what they teach in schools. The U.S. doesn't have a national language, and so this is like a substantive difference. But I'm pretty sure like all the countries in Europe like force you to like learn the school's just in the national language. I guess I like haven't checked this for all the countries, but I'd not be surprised. So like, this is like it's literally just a U.S. facing like propaganda like byline. So. But like, yeah, I mean, the guy enters with like the argument. I don't think he's a regular viewer. You could check if the guy has got like a brand new account, or is you should be able to see if he's ever chatted. And if he's never chatted before and his account is under 12 months old, let me know. It feels gross. The U.S. NATO countries are using Ukraine as fodder to bog down Russia. There wasn't even a sincere attempt to maintain Ukraine's sovereignty. There wasn't ever a sincere attempt to maintain Ukraine's sovereignty. What are you talking about? We're sending them equipment so that they can do that now. It's an interesting perspective. That this is somehow not defending their sovereignty. Although if your perspective is oh, I don't think we want to get in the middle of all that. Your perspective is that Ukraine should be less fettered in what they could do with the equipment. I kind of agree with that. But I don't think that's what you're saying. I think you're trying to say that the U.S. is being mean to Russia by defending Ukraine. Keep it in English, though. You guys can time people out who are speaking in another language. Because I can't moderate in another language. People like this Russian defender make more sense when I learned 60% of Americans read at a 6th grade level or below. I think he's actually Russian. If he's, like, the guy that we've had in the past. But I also think he's a troll. And isn't trying to have a serious conversation about it. Because he just leads with you dirty Ukraine supporter. Like, I think that was his first chat, and if the mods check, that might be the first chat that he like actually had. So like, it's not like he's a viewer that's like just discovered that we have this thing, and then he's like, yo, dog, you know, I'm concerned about you. You have this perspective I think is wrong. Let's talk about it. No, it's like an attempt to bait an engagement of a particular kind. Which, to be fair, I suppose has been successful, so maybe I should have just not engaged and I should have just banned right away, but also, like, I don't necessarily hate an opportunity to drag Putin through the mud. We're just gonna use all the engine stuff and not care, and we're gonna import engines. Wow, we have so much of this stuff in terms of ownership. I think we will just put down a 30 stack of engines in the capital, though. Where we are using the, something like this. And then I think we can add construction. One of these is actually a decent place, but we'll just, like, spread it all out so we don't have to add it back. We're kind of reading through quickly because chat's degenerating, so... So you not also condemn the attempts to erase Ukrainian language by the USSR? So do you not also condemn the attempts to erase Ukrainian language? I think that if you are looking at the USSR, the fact that in schools that they are teaching the language in Russian is maybe not the problem so much as them taking territory they maybe ought not have to have taken. Like, I think pointing at the wrong thing. We'll go for the migration attraction here. But the USSR, it's not like there were people who wanted to be a part of the USSR and joined, and then were like... I think a lot of the Ukrainians do not want to be part of the USSR. Does Russia allow allow teaching Ukrainian to its citizens? Yeah, does Russia teach Ukrainian in schools to the citizens that are Ukrainian speakers? I imagine that they teach in Russian. They didn't ban speaking in Russian schools, they banned teaching in Russian. They might not have even banned it, it's just that they teach in Ukrainian. I don't know. In Canada, you cannot graduate high school without learning up to grade 10 French. That's definitely fascism. That sounds like fascism, to be honest. Joined 5 years ago, first time chatter. 5 years ago is not what we've seen commonly from the person who just has like 15 accounts and just uses them to troll the chat. That's like one of the older accounts. I think what Generals is saying, that having your language taught in public school is not genocide. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. What? I'm very open to discussion. I support Ukrainian sovereignty, and just like Putin, you can actually have a nuanced stance on this. I don't know if you know. Yeah, I mean, you kind of seem like a troll, my guy. Because you open with just say, hey, you support not giving money to Nazis. So I absolutely think that you do not oppose Putin, and you do not support Ukraine, which is absurd. So you guys could pop him in the chat. Yeah. This is just the hardest pivot of all time to provoke like more discussion of a particular kind. So, and the fact that you've never chatted before. You may have a really old account, but I don't think you're a regular viewer that's like a viewer. I think you're a troll. So... just the enormous, like, pivot is just like... that's, like... that's too much. It's like, I don't know. I could have a discussion with someone who supports Russia, like, and, like, actually wants to discuss why, like, Russia is, like, not in the wrong or something to this effect. And I've done this extensively many times. But, I kind of don't have time for that. If someone starts, like, immediately arguing, a first-time chatter immediately starts arguing, like, in that sort of way, I imagine it might be the person I'm thinking of, and they might be back in the next 5 minutes on a new account, so... it didn't work. I almost unbanned the Tarkus, impersonator account, because I was looking at the banned accounts, and I was like, wait, Tarkus shouldn't be banned, what the hell? And then I remembered, it's not Tarkus's actual account. Hey, we can develop the Amazonian state. Big nice. So Mato Grosso will get Taming the Amazon, and we'll eventually get, or let's kind of take a look at the state. So what with the Amazon, you get a bunch of like really bad malices, but through developing the Amazon, you get rid of a lot of these malices. So if we click developing, we will get a different modifier that replaces it. I think we're going to choose the migration attraction. And do we get the modifier right away? I think that we do, but maybe we don't. So see how it's gone down very significantly from or that one's already developed. Here's Amazon rainforest, minus 30%, minus 30%, plus 25%, and this one is now minus 20%, minus 20%, and eventually it'll be minus 10%, minus 10%, I think. Russia's a great place. Yeah. I don't have a problem with Russia or Russians. I have a problem with Putin. So. But. Yeah. Rio de Janeiro. We got a lot of pops there. When I speak poorly of Russia, the nation, I'm referring to Russia as it is operating under the regime of Putin. I almost certainly misspeak on that occasionally. I try really hard not to. Political dates with a Paradox game content creator is pretty funny. People forget how knowledgeable history people who play these games are. I mean, I've read several books on, like, contemporary Ukraine, like, Russia stuff. Or contemporary Russia / Putin stuff, more so than stuff with Ukraine. And it's something I know a little bit about. In fact, why don't we talk about Ukrainian Defense Fund? Because we are currently on Twitch raising money for the Ukrainian Defense Fund, which goes to supply weapons. Or not weapons, but specifically military equipment that is non-lethal. Because you can't have a charity giving lethal equipment. But it will, on the Twitch, we do have a link for that. So if you wanted to the YouTube, we have a link to the Twitch in our description. But it will go for tactical equipment, stuff like this, plus drones. But can't be lethal items, ammos, or weaponry. And so this is what it goes to fund. Specifically, I believe the soldiers that are the volunteer forces in Ukraine. Because donating to another person's military is, like, technically, I think not, I think that's complicated on the charity front, so it does go to the independent volunteer force that's there to purchase military equipment for them, if you guys were interested. Is there any way to disband a chartered company? I think you're stuck with it forever. It's kind of annoying. I think you can't take the colony away from them, though. I don't really know. Someone might have a better insight on this. I remember trying to do it with Russia, but when we tried to do it, that was the turbo early access, like 3 or 4 weeks before release. And so a lot of stuff was not working properly, so it might be different now. Just when we did the Russia video we did on super early access. And a lot of stuff was broken. Like, the UI was actually broken in terms of, like, what I was supposed to be showing. So I tried to avoid talking about it, but the, what is it, on this, the local and imported prices were reversed. So I couldn't use those two to, like, illustrate the idea, which I really wanted to do, but they weren't working properly. Grant independence and annex? Yeah, that'll do it, too. Donate some drones that will only be used for recreation? Definitely. For sport. Good sporting drones. Yeah, I mean, Ukraine's popping off, too. With, I mean, like, so one of the problems is they can't attack energy infrastructure because they've been told not to. And that's actually where it'll hurt, so... if someone, like, wants to make the argument that the US is just trying to bleed Russia instead of actually letting Ukraine win, like, that would be, like, a reason why, but that's, like, a realpolitik type of, request. Like, also, that was shortly before the election, Ukraine stopped attacking that infrastructure, and then after the election they resumed, which is very obvious, supposed to help the Democrats get elected. Again, like a very realpolitik type of thing. I think they should be allowed to attack that, but that means more expensive gas for everyone, which a lot of people don't like the idea of, so... But, like, I don't know, if you want to be serious about... If you want to be serious about it... You got the Luddite. Bishop takes black pawn, that's true. That's someone chatting in Russian or Cyrillic. Please keep it in English, because I don't know what you're saying in Cyrillic. Hey, Mouch, thank you for the $15. Big nice. Why did I not hear a notification for it? Thank you so very much for helping and supporting the Ukrainian Defense Fund. Yeah, Alex Gooder, please keep it in English, because I can't speak, or I can't read Cyrillic. Are you still running with that? Mic gets crusty sometimes? Maybe that's it. Yeah, let's turn it off. I am still running with the thing. So how's that? There should be more background noise, but I shouldn't, like, clip out as easily. You should hear more loud cars outside. Now we can already. We did quite recently with the oil refinery. I think that's, Zelensky not listening to the US, his requests. I'm not 100% sure, but there have been, for an extended period of time, there's been no attack on the oil refineries. In a way that, like, doesn't necessarily make much sense. I could be misinformed on this, though. I have a question, Big Boss. Did the new trading system change how Mappy works? Mappy still works in the same way, and Mappy doesn't completely get undone by trade. I think I was maybe a little cavalier with the way I worded it. Mappy doesn't get completely done by trade, but trade is a strong mechanism for counteracting Mappy, because all of these trade routes create buy and sell orders locally. So when you trade, when we export tools from this location, that is increasing the price of tools in this location, which is allowing our tooling center to be more profitable. Previously, it would only affect the market price. When you engaged in trade, now it affects market and local prices. I think we are net, if we take a look, we're net exporting quite a bit of tools. Interesting. Which is going to be good for us, because we have a monopoly on tools. Maybe we actually auto-expand the tools. I wish you could put auto-expand on the trade centers, but you can't. No, we'll manually expand tools. This will be fine. Mato Grosso is now a lot better for building in, so let's do that. Because we don't have as much of a malice there. And we could be on pause for this. Ukraine is done, Israel's the new hotness? I don't really think so. The Ukrainian conflicts. The one that's the more important one, if not... I mean, I don't think it's the more that's more popular in terms of reporting on. There's less reporting on it, but... More likely that U.S. and EU don't want Russia to lose, so they spoon-feed the Ukrainian army. Don't you mean they don't want them to win? Or are you trying to make an argument that they don't want Russia to either win or lose? Fully nationalized remains completely. The regional HQ remains, so I guess it's bugged. You can nationalize the buildings individually. You can look and see what they own and then go to the building and nationalize it. Any particular aim for this run? Well, we are going to completely unify South America, but yeah, just kind of messing with the mechanics and seeing what's going on and this type of thing. Let's reduce autonomy on these guys. We do have to eventually fight France/the UK or trade for their things. Population's growing a good amount here. And this is all migration, basically. Is it better to spread out your trade centers in individual states or concentrate them? Well, if you have a really concentrated economy, it's better to concentrate. If you have like a more spread out economy, I think the way to think about it is if you're specifically pushing economies of scale in some areas, and you are overproducing the good in order to do that, like our tools economy here locally is unbalanced, and that increases the value of trade centers here. If we take a look at the local prices of tools, we can see that we have the balance for trade, or current balance, is plus 4.6k in this location. Is that really just in this location? So that's not very good for us, but that does create really good or better opportunities for exporting tools here, because the price of tools here relative to our market is collapsed. We see that there's a local price of tools of 34 and a market price for 38, so there are more profitable opportunities for exporting tools, and also we can help to pull up the tools price. But if we have like a relatively balanced economy within a state, the trade center is not going to be as valuable there as if we have a like polarized one like we do here. So I suppose one way to look at it is whatever has more, if you take a look at local price, whatever has more significant deviances, or the most significant deviances from market price, is going to be the best place to have the trade centers. That will tend to be where you have the polarized economies, where you're pushing economies of scale, and I think it'll also tend to be more urbanized areas. Like we have a lot of consumption for tea in Sao Paulo. Part of the reason why we have a lot of consumption for tea in Sao Paulo is that we have a lot of upper rung pops here as a result of a lot of ownership being here. So we should be also importing a lot of consumer goods. So where you're going to have a really strong imbalance of goods, I think, in the capital or where you get your companies, HQs. So if we take a look here, a lot of our imports here are also consumer goods, and that's because, and if we look somewhere else, we won't see anywhere near the density of consumer goods, I don't think. Yeah, this is like much more industrial looking. If we look at, if we sort by amount, it's already sorted by amount, so look, basic consumer goods more so than luxuries, and here we will see probably a lot more luxuries. Yeah. We have level 30 like clothing industry here, which is part of why the silk's so expensive. But that's feeding in the silks for the upper rung pops. But we see more stuff like wine. We see that we're importing fine art. Wait, why are we importing fine art? Jesus. We have so much production of fine art in our market by virtue of having level 1 in a bunch of locations. That's crazy work, bruh. When you say locally, does that mean market centers in every province? No, not necessarily in every province. Like, if we have a province that, like, has nothing going on in it, like, a market center here might not be very good. This is nowhere near fully employed. We don't have a lot of buy and sell orders of everything. It's mainly just subsistence, or it's actually just mainly consumer. It's mainly this and this. But if you have, like, an isolated economy that's all subsistence farms, you don't want to build any, like, trade centers there. How do you get a sense of how many trade centers to build? If they're profitable, you could probably add more, and if they're not, you probably shouldn't. Is the simplest way to look at it. It depends what your overall trading strategy is. I guess. I'm gonna try and add some more in here, though. Trump has been diverting Biden-era reserve military aid from Ukraine to Israel. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Anti-Ukraine guy is gone, and now chat is slow. So sad. Alright, he's maybe gone. I have some suspicions about some chatters. If not gone, more careful. I don't want to get bopped. You think about it, Serbia's been abusing the promise to adopt law strap for a few decades now. Trade potential is also shown in the menu over the lens for Trade Center. Was it really? There's no, like, map mode here. Or the lens for the Trade Center. Are we not understanding what you mean? I see that it has a predicted profitability. I don't necessarily trust it, though. We built it in some of... I mean, the predicted profitability there was negative, but we built it in some of those. But one of the things is that trade stimulates other parts of your economy, too, so it's really hard to evaluate the value of a trade center, because it's not just that this trade center is making money, right? Which we're subsidizing it. But it's not that it has a positive balance. We're subsidizing it because they go wonky when you don't sub them. More so that we, like, or they don't employ it properly or stay where they should be, but, what were we saying? Loss. Oh, this weekly balance underinforms the value of the trade. If it is exporting, because it's raising prices, giving more profitable opportunities, this is net importing. And it's maybe the case that we want to, like, actually, like, tariff some of these a little bit. I don't think we want to tariff, like, well, actually, we're kind of fine not tariffing this. We maybe want to produce more of our own iron, though. But also, we might hit situations where we're both importing and exporting iron. Because we're importing in one area because it's expensive in that area, and then exporting it where it's cheap. Like Minas Gerais, it might get cheap. Did I hear they fixed fine art? I don't know if I noticed that. What's the best way to get multiculturalism 1.9? Find someone who has a humanitarian or something in government that supports it. So I think these guys have a humanitarian. If this guy's in government, then you can use, or I think that this is the requirement, I'm not 100% sure, but using the law commitment mechanic to commit to passing multiculturalism. So we could just take a look around at the governments here. We see that they have potentially, that's not a humanitarian. Or also okay would be a enlightened royalist. But that's probably the most straightforward way of doing it. Jesus, Great Britain's on a tear here. Started streaming 3 hours ago. Yeah, probably only a little while longer. And the menu left. Are we talking about? Sorry, I'm a little bit behind on chat. In the menu to the left? Oh. Interesting. We'll just add a bunch. How do I steal from other countries' investment pool? As simple as getting investment rights and letting the companies build, or is there more to it? Nope, it's as simple as that. Once you've allowed the overseas building investment rights and you get investment rights in their country, you will get a bunch of regional HQs. See, you can see all of our regional HQs here. If we look at assets, we'll see ones that are owned by our regular HQ and then ones that are owned by the regional HQ. So much from getting investment rights on China is just super, super good because they get a lot of investment pools, so they pay for a lot of buildings. The influence of the philosophy of positivism has extended to the landowners. They lose stratocratic, serfdom, peasant levies, consumption, no social security, and instead go for this: tenant farmers, consumption, no social security, public and private schools, and total separation. Shout out to the positivists. When is Pedro going to die? Please die. Has anyone else noticed that this patch unintentionally nerfed power blocks since they moved embassies to the treaty menu? I mean, a little bit, I guess. I mean, power blocks synergize with stuff that's been buffed too, though. If the power block for companies is good, it's also just like extra juice, right? Let's actually get our slot. We're sitting on not having another slot, and we would like to. Genie Benet, thank you for the follow, big nice. What do we play to hold us over until EU5? I would say Vic 3, because it's free this weekend. If you're like an EU5 player. Tariff art? Ooh, we could do that. I like that. We don't really want our trade going towards it. Because we do have arts academies all over the place. We just want our pops to pay a lot for it. It looks like the trade stopped going. Oh no, it didn't. It's already being tariffed. Just tariff it more though. We don't mind if it gets exported though. You're so happy that Vic 3 is back? When playing as Belgium is the best way to take over the Netherlands, any hints maybe? The most consistent way would be just to take 1 to 2 states off of them and then subjugate them after in 2 wars. And get, like, play nice with Great Britain, Prussia, and France, and then get Great Britain to help you or something like this. You use inverse, you build a more trade center in regions where your trade center doesn't use its full cap. We picked the wrong thing. You're supposed to pick this? I don't know. I don't think that these places have good trades potential. Trade potential positive seems good. I guess I could be mistaken. I managed to get Chicken Your Sphere as the US via diplomacy. The DLC is incredible. Yeah, it seems like there's like a lot more stuff you can do. Generally, the AI seems really strong. I don't know to what extent they're going to nerf like your ability to do a bunch of different things. I kind of think people are having fun, like, just being able to do new stuff. So happy Victoria saved. It's such a good game now. You work so hard to help the game. Is your success too? Thank you so very much. I think that to some extent them reworking trade was because of my trade video, but I don't really know. I released that video shortly before they said they were working on trade. But they might have been working on trade, and then I made the video, and then people are like, have you seen this video? And they're like, yeah, we're already working on it, guy. So I think power blocks overall got a pretty big buff this patch. Like, if authority's turbo good, then, like, vassalization gets better. Like, as an example. So what you have going on, like, kind of matters. Got a couple of these in the capital that really get a little bit more throughput. Power blocks are easy to get people to join. Oh, that's true too. So like Sovereign Empire, it's easier to subjugate people because it's easier to force people in with the new treaties. That's actually a strong argument for Sovereign Empire I hadn't even considered, is that you could use treaties to force like some nonsense. I think we will be able to put in the Antofagasta Company now. I think it's been 3 years, yeah. But we don't need to add the additional industry on top of it. So this might not even be ideal, like, as a setup. We don't need extra industry rights because we add iron mines. Unnecessary. But excited to let this pick up our railways. Is GDP down, all this foreign investing? For us? It is kind of moving straight to the right, so it might be down a little bit. I really hope they don't nerf foreign investment too hard. Really having fun having multinational companies that are strong. Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do. Generally, the devs seem relatively fun policey. I mean, I think you should, when you release the thing, you should allow OP stuff for some time and then maybe pull it back. But also, the treaties, you like don't have to do the nonsense treaties if you don't want to. Like the treaties that are just like clearly like kind of absurd. Like, you don't have to, every single time you pass a law, use pass law with someone else. Pacers or Thunders for NBA championship? I don't really follow basketball at all. They should not nerf AI. They should make it better, like Kuromi or smarter AI. Why make it worse? They should not nerf AI. I'm not sure. I don't think I suggested that they nerf AI. I don't understand. Are you saying that treaties make AI worse? I would agree with that. So if the argument is that by virtue of having treaties you've made AI worse, that's probably true. I don't know if that's what you're saying here though. How do the canal companies work? It's always worth it, yeah. Because they just give, like, a free company and 50k income. Well, actually, we didn't double check that if we could put in the Panama or the Suez Canal Company. Because we built the Suez Canal, I don't know if it's employed up. Oh, it's not yet built. We'll catch it on the next company slot. Which we're not that far away from. So... we will get 2 more companies. We're not pushing it up in Sao Paulo because we aren't going to be able to get any more economies of scale. I guess we will once we have the tech that gives us plus 50 to the cap, but... Or plus an additional 10, 20. Both Canal companies, 2 free companies, plus 1k pounds. Yeah, 100k pounds. Yeah, it's just like free 100k income, kind of, is the way to look at it. Or it's like, the first one gives you a company that, like, might have industries you don't have access to. The second one is just, like, free money. We already have one. I don't know if it's better or worse to have 2 different companies here, but probably better. But we also have shipyards in addition to the ports. We won't add shipyards to the other company, though. I feel like we have a better... We could better use the... We could get a better railway company. I just don't know what exactly. Or maybe we can't without... Or generic railway... Is there generic... we have to, like... I'm not going to check on stream. I was just thinking the Sao Paulo company. I don't know what's the add-on company for this. If it's something like oil's probably better than sulfur. It's probably just motor industries, and it's bad, though. Or we'd rather have sulfur than motor industries. I think we didn't like Klaben very much. I don't think there's too much crazy for us in South America. I think this company is really good, but like, well, this company is insane. You get to add railways on top of this. This requires Arkansas, though. I'm taking Arkansas just for that company, but... Yeah, I think that we should have taken generic steel as where the mistake was made and gone coal. And then with Antofagasta, we could have gone iron added on. And that would have been a little bit better. Struggling to get enough authority for your companies, what should I prioritize? How to get more? I think on industries that are going to be a large percentage of overall construction used in people's economies, so stuff like tools, and I guess like glass and furniture and clothing too, maybe, you really want to get investment rights so that you can get the regional HQs in other people's countries. I think those are really strong. I think adding industry rights is also really good, and those are the 2 like particularly good ones. You want some company to be able to do trade centers, but I think you probably just go for Suez or Panama, and you don't mess about with that too much, just in general. So, let's see. Extension is logging. Well, we already have generic logging, and then motors another extension. Yeah. So it's not going to be... The Sao Paulo one's not going to be better for us. We would be better suited with a different railway company. We just don't have access to, one that's, I think, good for us. I think we would prefer Standard Oil, for example. Nice. That's a lot of workforce ratio. Especially considering how many pubs we have. That's a lot of extra pubs worth of work. Oh, this feels so good. I hate this event so much. This entire flight of events that just give huge amounts of infamy, but since we're not actually expanding that much, and that's not our plan, we get to like click this for the first time. Does the game lag less with the new DLC? I haven't really gotten to late game, so I don't really know. I've been told that it lags more. So, how are you doing, by the way, 1122? All safe? Family safe? Trade rights should go to your company with the most export because it gives you a trade advantage for these specific goods, but I'm not sure. That's probably true. Ah, maybe we should not have revoked trade rights, actually, from our tooling company. Now that you mention it, because, yeah, it's, like, based on the amount of exports, right? We did want that authority back, though. But we're getting this from... We're getting a lot from the Panama Canal Company. This is just basic throughput, not because we're exporting a lot of specific stuff. Yeah, it's all fine. That's good. Do you guys ever worth it to give monopolies to your companies within your own country? Yes. We were talking about the logic behind this a little while ago, or a little while back, but, you know, people come in and out of the stream. I think that, so currently we're giving a monopoly to tools. And I think the way you look at it is, in your market, you have stuff that has buy and sell orders, right? Here, we have tools that have 25k sell orders and only 19k buy orders, and the price of tools should actually be lower. But when we give them a monopoly, it raises the price by 15%. If you have more sell orders than buy orders, this will stimulate the economy. If you have more buy orders than sell orders, this will hurt the economy. So you only want to do it with something that has a price that is cheaper than the baseline price, with a little bit of an asterisk, and that is, if you are exporting it, whatever's going to other people's countries is not going to count towards this amount, because you are just increasing prices in someone else's country, although you are decreasing the profitability of your trade centers, so maybe it does kind of count. Yeah, I guess it probably does kind of count. But the value you get is going to roughly be your sell orders minus buy orders times the base price of the good times the amount of percents that is below baseline price. So here we would do 0.14 times the base price of the good times like 5k-ish. And that's like the value that the monopoly is producing. I also think that you could potentially, if there's a different thing to monopolize other than tools, it would be a good that you are subventioning into other people's markets that is a consumer good of some kind, that is a prestige consumer good, are my two kind of intuitions as to regards to the best things to perhaps use the monopoly on. But you conditionally make more money under certain setups. What's your thoughts on directly trading with other countries? I haven't done enough of it. I think we technically have one going on with China right now. So their goods transferring to us. And I'm not sure exactly how this works, because I know you get value if your price is a bit more or less than theirs on import or export. But it doesn't show up in this, in the balance. So Where, like, our pops have to pay for the good, and a portion of it goes back to China. But I do know it makes a difference if the price is lower or higher, this type of thing. I think that if it's a trade that would have made money normally, you gain value, and if it would have lost money normally, you lose value. So I don't know if China's getting value from sending us these goods, which are cheaper in their market than in ours. I assume that's what's going on. But we're getting cheaper grain. Yeah, I don't know. Just joined, thanks you for re-explaining. Yeah, no problem. No, that's like, that's a lot of what we do on release weekend, is kind of explain the new things several times. Is authority with sovereign the play with all the authority? Authoritarian? Sovereign empire? I don't know. Because autocracy is pretty bad. Also, corporate state is insane, just unambiguously the best. You maybe want to go a little bit... Going racist is better than it used to be. I mean, I don't think we could do it as Brazil, because we have pop problems. I mean, we could, but then we would be weird type of playing tall via ownership or something like this. What buildings do you find most important to subsidize? Rail, trade centers, ports? Yeah, I think we're subsidizing all three of those. Railways, definitely whatever gives you infrastructure is important. And then trade centers, in theory I wouldn't want to, but I think that they're a little fiddly. And then we have the sulfur mines we don't have to subsidize anymore. But we had these subsidized because we didn't want them to get downsized so that we could put in the Antofagasta company. This update feels so good, it's a banger. It is a banger. Why did you embassy Ching? Is it even realistically possible to power block them? It is possible to power block them. It should be easier this patch. We haven't done it. But it's less about that and more that we gave that up in exchange for something else. We wanted to get the other stuff and they valued that, so that's why we went for it. We haven't even checked the invite to power block interaction though. Is that even a normal interaction? I think it's not anymore. Oh no, it is. So we can check and see how close they are. Not anywhere near. Jim Ray Germ, whatever your name is. Thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Sorry, I can't pronounce that. I guess we can rival them, Belgium. Oh, I was thinking we didn't have enough of this. Why can't we invite you? Because we don't have enough leverage. Yeah, we're not doing stuff like guaranteeing people's independence or any of that. That normally drives up the leverage. Quite a bit. Toninho, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Targus, I just saw you boot it up. Yeah, dude, you got it. I pronounced it right? Hell yeah, brother. I was able to peacefully power block Japan this match by getting them to change their laws with treaties. It's pretty cool. Yeah, we like currently are generating leverage, but in theory, like look at how much leverage Russia has over Japan. In theory, we could try and push leverage on people. I'm hoping the next patch fixes the whole interest group attraction issue since I've been playing Japan lately, and it's much harder to industrialize with the rural folk have like 25% clout. That's like a really wonky one. You could just abuse the law pass things, though. Right, Tarkus? Just, keep renegotiating for the laws you want. And then pass them. Then renegotiate some more. Skill issue? Wrecked. Call that. Goddamn peasants. Let's be clear, I did industrialize. I just had to use treaties. Yeah, instead of the more traditional paths. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of nice because you can kind of put your thumb on the scale of stuff if you want, but you don't have to. I'm not sure how I feel about it staying like that, but... Trying to find the humanitarian in me. Except this guy is a fascist. Yeah, just too much... You know what's kind of cute? Is if you, do an ideological union and you force people to pass a bunch of laws, you'll get access to more people that you can get pass law from that could go multiculturalism. Like, there's some down the rabbit hole types of, like, ways of approaching the game now that aren't, like, present before. Like, okay, we're in a trade league now, but... Can we find someone that's a sovereign empire? Yeah, we can. Maybe you could go ideological union, push people so that they will have the trade unions in power, and then use those to help you towards multiculturalism. I don't know, it's kind of cute. We could do low taxes to get above 50. I think that's not important. I really want Pedro to die so that we can go on to corporate state. But he's not dying. To be fair, we'd have to get someone to support the pass. Promise to pass laws is insanely useful. Makes corn laws nerf much less debilitating. The corn laws nerf is only a nerf to the non-Western countries, too. I actually thought that was a beautiful nerf, because if you're a Western country, your PB is probably relatively strong, so it's not that big a deal. How do you get GB to support you so you can grab Manchuria early as Japan? This might be harder. Specifically, abusing Great Britain to beat up China for free stuff seems to be something that they paid attention to and tried to nerf. So I don't know how possible it is. What's the best nation for fascist play? I mean, Great Britain has a really nice PB. Great Britain, Sweden, and I think EIC have good PBs. So you have, Old Lady of Threadneedle, which, if you stack all the minus loan interest rate, you will pay 0 on debt, 0% interest. And if you have a bunch of overseas ownership, you'll have more of a credit line too. So there's kind of a lot going on there. And then for the PB here, we get mining. No, we get loan interest. They have mine throughput here, yeah. And then I think they also get something. Manufacturing industries throughput. Not a normal thing to be getting on PB, but very strong. So those are kind of the countries with the 3 best PBs, I think. Unless I'm mistaken or missing something. So one of them. But also a country where you have a majority of your population all the same. So Qing or Japan, all the same culture. So approaching it from either of those directions seems reasonable. Mod's bad Yankees fan. He's bullying a mod. Whoa. Can't wait to do Mega Campaign in Japan in CK3 all the way to Vic 3. Bruh, I'm so excited for the Mega. I'm so excited to every age swap who I'm playing. I think that'll be the thing for EU5. Every time a new age hits, you swap countries. So you play 5 different countries. And then CK, you swap every ruler. And then you get to Vic 3. And then you don't play Hoey. You just get to Vic 3. And you play Vic 3. But I don't know, maybe I should play more Hoey. I don't have all the DLC. I don't want to drop like $80 on DLC just to play a little bit. And I could hit up one of the community managers for all the DLC, but maybe I just actually should just be like a lot more pushy about that type of thing, because I don't think they would mind giving me all the DLC. But yeah, one of the reasons I don't play Hoey is because I don't have all the DLC, and they probably would prefer that that's not a throttle. Although there are a ton of Hoey creators, they actually probably don't want me making Hoey content. Actually, now that I think about it, even if there's a DLC, they'd probably just rather me like stay in my lane. From their perspective, why are Canadians so rude? Big true. New Annex CB is so nice. You get to delete Oman at game start for like 10 infamy. It is really nice. I'm a big fan. Less clicking too. Just a very nice quality of life change. We're getting a bunch of iron coming through here. I mean, we're slowly ramping up construction and getting stuff done. It does feel we're very like internally faced right now, but wow, we really not have max tax in Sao Paulo? What's our population heat map look like? Yeah, just very Sao Paulo dense. Maybe we should try pushing it more in other places by building in them. I think one of these has access to opium. Or I'm mistaken? Or is it up here? I could have sworn there was opium on one of these. Am I just blind? No, it's this one. Got it. I think we'll put that on auto expand. Hey Zero, how's it going? Get the Hoey DLC pass then? Oh, you're so right. For my Brief stint and Hoey content, I use like monthly sub for like 1 month and it wasn't too expensive. Yeah, that's the way to do it. You can skip on half the Hoey DLC if you want to stay on majors. I think making content, people have an expectation that you have all the DLC though. I occasionally play Hoey just for fun without all the DLCs. It's probably not good to be building this, but we're gonna build this just because it takes up a lot of construction. And we can keep our queue going and not tear our hair out as much. But I just want to be clear, I don't think it's correct what we did there. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right what we did there. I do just want to like get the queue and make sure it kind of keeps going though. So that's kind of what we're doing a bunch of things to just make the queue operate on its own. Not great, not terrible. 3.6 out of 5. I gotta stop making that joke because I think no one ever gets it. Or I should keep making that joke because nobody gets it. There we go. But right now we're looking at all our resource industries. We are putting level 1 in all of them, and then we're going to auto-expand all of them. So it's going to work quite nicely for us. And then I think we only have a few places that have rice. We got it a couple places. I think we're generally okay with the rice auto-expanding too. At this point. Really gives a lot of extra jobs. And we don't have that much rice. I don't know how slot starved we feel just generally, but we're gonna put it on auto-expand as well. More Pal World content? Hell yeah, brother. I played so much Hoi 4 that when I was younger that now playing other Paradox games makes me feel so limited. Like militarily. Sad that I missed stream start. Was busy playing myself. How's the patch feel for you? I love the patch. This patch feels so good. I'm also super excited to see it super well received. I was pretty bullish on 1.8. I thought it was a really good rollout. I thought the mechanics were like also really nice for like long-term health of the game, and there's like some subtlety there. But people really like didn't like that patch at all, and there was like no bump in player base. Which is something I care about, but like I care about that independent of my evaluation of the quality of the patch. But like for this patch, this is what we're seeing with the player base currently. Like if we look at let's look at max. This is very nearly the highest we've had since the free weekend in November of 2023. Now this is a free weekend, and but the last free weekend, like in last November, so they went November to November, only peaked at 17k viewers. Notably, I was really annoyed because like right here in the timeline, I like messaged the community manager and I was like, blink twice if we have an upcoming free week, because my plan was I'm gonna do a bunch of tutorials if a free week is coming in, but if the free week leaks, they get in a huge amount of trouble with Steam. So that's probably why they like will just like not tell creators when free weeks are coming up. But like I would like to know so I could just make more beginner tutorials when free weeks are coming up. But right now it's like this is like the weekend of patch releases is kind of like a bad time to have a free week. I think because like there's gonna be a bunch of hotfixes, and also there's no content like on how to play the game. Actually, content's probably not important. It's probably fine. There's no content on like how to play the game better, but like who cares? I think that I probably think that ecosystem is bigger than it actually is, because a lot of people just play the game and just like don't do any YouTube thing or don't do any forums or don't do any of that. So just because I'm involved in those things, it like feels like those are huge deals, but they're probably not. And then yeah, we have today 26,000 players, which is close to the very max, and the day is not yet over, so we might see the highest player base since release off this patch. What do you think about the 100 prosperity for company bonus? It feels great. It's really hard when you have some companies jumping around 80 or 90 to make them more profitable. You could try subventioning their good. I mean, there's a lot of things you could do to make them more profitable. Depends on what company you have. You could subvention their good to make them trade more, and that'll almost certainly get you there. You could try and push economies of scale with them. You can in areas where you have a lot of that industry built. Like, for example, here we have a lot of tools. You can build more trade centers so they can export more. You got the joke? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. I'm glad someone got it. John Paradox needs to add company in the game. Call it Generalist Motors. Prestige Loud Cars. I would feel honored if they added an Easter egg for me, but I think that, like, I don't think they Easter egg individual creators very often. It's a Chernobyl reference? Yeah, exactly. You have no idea how much, when people ask for a rating, I give things 3.6 out of 5. Not great, not terrible. Maybe we could show it on stream. let's show, like, not the full, there's, like, a compilation for it, but we're not gonna show the compilation of every single time he says it. They say it, like, 5 or 6 times or something, but we'll just show just the one. It's a Chernobyl reference, though. Yes.
What does the decimeter say?
3.6 Rontgen, but that's as high as the meter.
3.6. Not great or terrible.
And this repeats like 5 or 6 times throughout. Oh wait, here it is.
It's not 3 Rontgen. It's 15,000.
What does the decimeter say?
3.
Not great, not terrible. I make like a lot of jokes that I know people aren't gonna get. But like the people who do get the jokes that are like subtle or like I think that's the big payout for them. You know what I mean? You plan on making beginner-oriented tutorials for the new trade system? I plan on making tutorials for the new trade system. I don't know how beginner-oriented it'll be. I think like a lot of I think the system's fairly intuitive and easy for beginners. So I don't think, but I think that the complexity of it is like more complicated. So like the getting 50% out of it is like really easy, but like getting like the 95 to 100% like margin is like complicated. First Paradox DLC on any game, very long time to get over 85% positive reviews. What political movement does this guy support? He's a positivist? Yeah. Free weekend during the buggiest part of the patch is definitely weird. I'd have pushed it to next weekend. It's kind of what I think. But, I mean, their sales team might know more than I do. Or their sales team does know more than I do. And they've decided that this is a good idea, so... It could also be because they are expecting more hype for something else next weekend, that they don't want to step on the toes of that other thing. Let's do that. They added an A-Twix Easter egg in EU4, but that was because he passed away. You know what you gotta do. Oh no, not like this. Not like this. Don't tempt me with a good time. I mean, it's making a ton of money, right? Could probably also do this. Or can we? I think we'll continue to overpush rubber in these areas to push the event for exploiting the Amazon. And also because rubber's helping us with the tools. Can we watch the French train video? I love that video. I show it so much though. If I were to get food, maybe we could, but I don't think I'm gonna stream that long. Or I guess if people really want the French train video, we'll show it. Is the revolt incorporating state bugs still in the game? I imagine it would. But that's really strong now because you get negative construction efficiency in unincorporated states. So you really want to be able to do that. That's actually something that's a mechanic that is like relevantly like changed in terms of its importance. They seem to have decreased the amount of time that these guys get uber pissed at you after annexing someone, which I think is a nice change. I was playing a couple days ago and did nasty being able to side with Mapuche against Argentina, breaking their expansion. Big nice. I tried Beijing to see how hard it is. Technically, you should be able to change this, but actually created a defensive pact with Great Britain day one, and they broke their treaty when I banned opium, and got 24 infamy in a 1-year truce. We'll continue to push these. These will get rid of construction malices for us. We also... I think it's not in Antofagasta. I think there's... in Peru and Chile are the, new... yeah. It skips over. But there's 3 states that have this 25% trade capacity, which is super nice. I think 1 or 2 of these does have under 20... yeah. Under 20 arable land just feels so god-awful. But these 2 both have above. I just joined. Can you repeat what you said? I could, but I don't know what it is you're referring to, so I can't. During the truce, I got a defensive pact with France, Austria, and Prussia, so they never attacked. Easy peasy. I think we're probably going to do a Qing starting steps, and I think we're probably going to try and fight it. There's been so many ways to cheese the Qing stuff since the very beginning, but we try and, like, fight it every time we do a video on it. Eventually, it's probably just going to get impossible to fight it, though. And then we'll have to move it. Where has the most iron? Bahia. Alright. We're seeing where has the most iron so we know where to put construction sectors. Railways still cost the same construction now that they employ less people. Oh, do they employ less people? Did I miss that? So now railways are actually decent. Oh, bro. Bruh. They employ 1k pops now. I have to check the PM, but that's incredible. I wish there was a better system to micro the railroads, though. I got food, so maybe we will watch the maybe we will watch the trains video. Thick Chile. Although we also might just wrap up stream. There's a lot of you guys though. Maybe we could do that. Bathroom break for trains and food. There do be a lot of you guys. We're mainly kind of a Q&A stream. Maybe we should actually just have that in the title. I feel like people come in, they see the zero infamy, and they're like, what is this guy doing? And then they leave. He said railroads chat, everyone laugh at him. Not like this. Is this someone in the house with journalists? New generalist girlfriend dropped? Or generalist friend, alright. Check out power plants. It feels like you must build 10,000 of them in your main industries hubs after they change the PMs. Call an ambulance, but not for me. I've complained about this PM for forever. It really sucks hard. I don't think it used wood before, so they might have changed it. Wood has a base price of... Softwood has a base price of 20, I think. So let's 100 plus 150, 250 plus... God, I always forget engine's base price. Is it 50? If it's up to 90 with plus 50%, then it's 60. So 240 plus plus 100, or sorry, 240, 340, 590 as the inputs. And then the outputs are electricity. Bueller, please. What's the base price of it, though? I think the base price is 30, so 590, and then the margin is going to be 750 minus 590. So 160. So relatively small margin, right? But now the employment's only 1,000 pops. So wages get crushed. How do you decide on what charter to give your companies? I just try and give all the ones possible, and then I prioritize the most profitable ones when I run out of authority. I think you only want one company to have trade centers, and if you're going Panama or Suez Canal, you already have that coverage, so you don't need to give out the trade rights, I don't think. I think you're generally wanting to give out investment rights and industry rights. I think you want as many you want coverage on as many different industries as possible. So for anything you don't have coverage on, if you can add an additional industry there, I think that's worth. We've added coal mines here. We added tools here. Here we added shipyards. And then here we didn't add, we could have, but we didn't add iron because we already had coverage on iron. But the big thing is that if you give out investment rights, which I don't think we did here yet, so we might have to figure out a way to get this back. Like getting rid of road maintenance in Sao Paulo is probably... probably what we want. And then we'll come in here and then we'll grant investment rights, so now we can build overseas. And I do think investment rights is really powerful because it allows you to steal other people's, steal other nations' investment pool. Their investment pool pays for the stuff you get when they invest in these regional HQs that are overseas. And it seems like you kind of just get like all the buildings. You use their construction too. It's obscene. And then they pay back to you in terms of adding to the investment pool. And you can see if we look at the if we look at the reinvestment, freaking half of our reinvestment is stuff we have gotten for freezies, good dealsies from other people. So can Pedro just die already? Jesus. I have problems with getting Panama and Suez at the same time. The one I make first buys all the trade centers, which means the new one won't be profitable. Rip, I don't know. You know what the solution probably is then? Whatever you make first, give the second one, the shipyards. Would probably be the way to do it. Pretty confident foreign investment charter doesn't work as Paradox claims. It uses your money, but their construction. There's not a really good way for us to verify this. I mean, it's possible. That's how they said it. That's how they said it worked, though. Do you have a good way to verify this? I've suspected that this could be going on, or that it might not be operating exactly like that, but also, I feel like the level of juiced up that we have felt when we get it doesn't feel like it's just using our reinvestment. Actually, like, because the Panama run felt like just turbo pop off. So I do think you use, They're reinvestment, but I'm not like 100% sure. Only give investment rights to the second one? This is another way, yeah, you could do it. How long do you keep chicken in the fridge before throwing it away? It depends if you... I think it depends a little bit on how long you waited before cooking it. Like, if you had it in the fridge and then waited 5 days before cooking it, it's not going to be... I think the timeline gets pushed back a little. I think a week is safe. And then, like, 10 days to a week or 2 weeks is, like, doable, but you're flirting with disaster. And after 2 weeks, I think you really shouldn't. But I think that I'm maybe not the best person to ask on that. That's just what I think it is, but I would not consider that like medical advice of any substantive source or something like this. I was testing in multiplayer. I got invested in and got magic money in your investment pool. Well, so okay, we could talk about that. My understanding is that we are not paying for this. Or this. We absolutely pay for this, though. So we paid for the tooling workshops in Yorkshire and Midlands. But they paid for these tooling workshops in Yorkshire and Midlands. Yeah? You can over the new tooltip on what the private queue is building, like over here. Yeah, where it's building it. But like, we're constantly expanding this stuff with our construction and our investment pool. This above stuff, but the regional stuff I do think it is doing the other stuff. Can you please make some videos on our Iran start? Do you mean something other than Persia? I assume you mean Persia. It has been a while since we've done a Persia video. The thing is I think we're going to do an EIC opium video. And that kind of steps on the toes of what you could maybe do with Persia. Game is incredibly buggy. How could you even stand playing it? It's not like we're crashing. What do you even mean? What are the huge bugs? This is nowhere near like the buggiest Victoria 3's been, or Paradox games like are like their buggiest. Also, I just did QA for EU5, which is like an unreleased game. And I feel like unreleased games are probably just generally more buggy. Oh, if you look at your investment pool... Oh, I see what you're saying. If you look at your investment pool... This is what you're talking about? Yeah, I mean, this isn't a bunch of foreign stuff. Right? But yeah, you could allow foreign investment and then take a look at this. And then not do stuff yourself and see if your stuff is paying for specifically buildings that are going towards their like foreign investment thing. Name, last name says... I agree. Thank you for the answer, journalist. I now feel more equipped to play Victoria 3. Don't you mean now? Or no? Who knows? Regional HQs reinvest in both economies. Yeah, I don't think you're getting all the reinvestment. I think some of it is just going back into that economy, but I'm not 100% sure. It's just like how it feels based on looking at the numbers. It runs better before this update. But that's like, performance is different than bugs. Mughal Brazilian Treaty. Hindustan. Oh, I didn't mean to say no. Oh, investment rights. What can we commit to passing? It's so good. Sorry, excuse me. Can we get a monopoly? They don't want to give us a monopoly on anything. Can we get a monopoly on tools? No, they hate it. That's fair. I feel like we should be able to squeeze more out of them. Well, maybe let's not abuse the AI too much. Let's just get our multiculturalism and our trade privileges and investment rights. I think they also implode here anyways, so we'll see, I suppose. So 0%, 62%. Now, wow, this went up. Oh, because it pisses people off when we do that. Yeah, that's fair. Fair is fair. Got a jingoist there. Social bandit. Social bandit. We'll have to keep an eye out for this one. 50% infamy decay as a ruler. That's not what we want. It's a good idea to have companies invest in other countries if you're trying to run an export economy. If you're trying to specifically run a bunch of exports, it might be bad, yeah. I think your tuition on that might be correct. I think that the good that it gives you just super overcomes the value of increasing prices in your own economy to export more or whatever. Or like increasing your prices in your economy via exports to make everything more profitable, something like this. I think it's just like probably not close. We're just gonna spam these, not because they're good, but just to keep our queue going. With the world market, can you now make specialized economies? Can we have industry banned Amish Paradise? It's much better. It just has to be like significantly better. It's probably still bad. One of the problems with doing an agrarian run, just in a general sense, is that you want to lean into aristocrat. You want to go agrarianism and lean into aristocrat ownership, right? And to that extent, specifically when we're talking about industry banned, this gives more aristocrat investment pool contribution. And this is a flat percentage addition, not a multiplicative one. So this is like really kind of an interesting thing. The problem. Companies are really good. You definitely want to be running through things through companies. Companies are always, if they're not owned by the government or the people, they're owned by capitalists. There is no aristocrat company ownership, which makes it so you're in bad shape on that front. So, yeah. But it's way, 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 way better than it was. So it depends by what you mean is it possible? That makes sense. The Amazon is one I think we have some, but it's just not employed. The only bugs I've come across is military access. There was a bug related to not enforcing your war goals. I think that they got rid of that bug on the first hotfix pass. It's a pretty significant bug, though. Free India under Hindustan? How often do we see that in Vic 3? I think this is the first time I've seen it, actually, categorically. Yeah, I don't think I've seen this before. Which one of their boyos is supporting multiculturalism, I wonder? Is there a humanitarian here? Wait, which guy is supporting multiculturalism? Wait, what the hell? Are they just multicultural? They just are multicultural. Brah. Brat. Amazing. International treaties keep getting cancelled, especially alliances. Front lines constantly disappear. And don't even get started on the late game. Well, the treaties get cancelled because they're bad deals, maybe? We don't get many of our treaties cancelled. I know if the AI goes to minus 1,000, they'll cancel a treaty immediately, and they will also cancel treaties when they are no longer binding if they don't like them anymore. Alliances specifically are maybe a little fiddly. I don't really know. I've unironically never seen a united India under Hindustan. Maybe we take a save in case people are interested in this. I assume that this is just not going to be common, and that this is a new patch thing. Treaty ports now being in the other country's market feels very fun. I love it. I super like how treaty ports work. I feel like right now it could be getting investment rights in treaty ports in China, building a crazy amount of plantations, and importing everything back home to make clothes to export. I think that that's probably a decent chance that that's good. We're currently running a massive treaty port in China, and we've maxed out tea plantations there. And we are importing into China's market a bunch of tools. And these tools, a lot of them are coming from ourselves. Who's the biggest exporter? Yeah, we're the biggest exporter of tools. The thing is trade advantage is like just not working properly, exactly. Or as designed. But I think that this trade advantage we get here, we get extra from treaty port. Yeah, so this treaty port gets to make more money than other importers of tools as a result of us owning it. Look at the weekly balance, plus 70k. That's a spicy meatball. So much of that is exporting tea, Jesus. We maybe don't even like that because it's competing with our coffee. But that's great. I wasn't aware that adding the commitment to pass law increases success chance. Yeah, so this is how you get multiculturalism now. I am okay with another tool to get multiculturalism. Rather than the general re-rolling, like, abdication thing. So, I think I'm happy with this. Does divine economics add clergymen to companies? It does, but it's 1/6 ownership. Or it adds the same number, which my understanding of how that works is, it's the same number of clergy as owners. My understanding of how that works is that, Do we have one of these? When it's the same number of clergy as capitalists, it means it's going to be 5/6 capitalist reinvestment and 1/6 clergy. So, like, it has it, but it's not like... If it was 50-50, maybe you could do agrarianism. I was talking about this with the community manager the other day. Or Mercy. She's doing a run. About, like, I think she's doing a religious block run, and I was like, you're gonna get less money. Even with your bonuses. Where's your god now? So, a Paradox employee running into something they don't think should be the case maybe bodes well for an adjustment. But yeah, I think that's the biggest reason why it's just not very good right now. Can we reduce autonomy in anyone? No. Keeping an eye on Venezuela. In theory, we want to reduce autonomy before anyone else, on whoever gets there fastest in terms of low liberty desire, before anyone else gets under 25, because then we will have fewer diplomatic incidents by moving people across the threshold. Hey Simon, how's it going? Are you planning on doing a company's guide? Maybe... Not in the near future. I was thinking of maybe doing a best in slot thing. Maybe a company's guide would be better. I don't know if I necessarily have a super good handle on companies, because I feel like I don't fully understand some of the emergent effects you get from, like, monopolies. So, like, I don't... like, you have to look at downstream effects in a way that I haven't regarding, like, monopolies. I think most of the other stuff for companies I have a good handle on, and I suppose I could do a video where I just, like, kind of just say, hey, there's going to be some effects on monopolies, I don't know exactly what's best, or I could just sit down and do the math. But, yeah, maybe I just sit down and do the math. Religious convocation for 5% birth rate. Yeah, the 5% birth rate is great. I won't contest that, just divine economics is not very good. I don't really follow guides for movements. Is it widely known that you abdicate to minority rights revolution, you get multiculturalism? I think the preferred methodology is abdicating to... It might not be widely known. I haven't really used abdication that much since they nerfed it. And I wasn't even aware that the minority rights one would give you multiculturalism. I thought there was more requirements in there. I know that abdicating, you can use the abdication to get a, a military guy in charge. So you can reroll for specific ideologies and then use those to pass the things. The AI doesn't see the difference between 5 and 25 years. Yeah, that too. So if you have something that they are going to be mad about later, or you're giving them a temporary thing for a long-term thing, you want it to be 25 years. Who gets money from that treaty port? We own the treaty port. We own the trade in here. This goes to our capitalists. Dividends to other buildings. This is going to go to... Pretty sure we have the ownership here. Because we own 100% of our GDP, and this counts towards our GDP, so... What happened to India? Hindustan broke free. You can abdicate into multiculturalism. It's been around a while. I thought that it got nerfed that you could directly go into it just by abdicating. I thought that this was nerfed out when they nerfed the abdication thing. I guess not. It matters what type of movement you abdicate to, though. If you're doing a tall playthrough, do highest taxes makes sense since your local demand doesn't matter as much. I don't really know. Do high taxes matter as much? Well, in our Panama run, early on, we actually ran super low taxes, but that's because we were getting a bunch of stuff just from other countries. Most of our revenue was income from other countries. And if you're on per capita, high taxes aren't going to really do too much in terms of taxing the upper strata. You get a little bit of income tax rate, and consumption tax rate. So if you have the consumption taxes in, it's only really once you get to prop and graduated it's gonna feel good. But it depends on if you need the money. If you're playing uber tall and getting a bunch of investment, eventually you're gonna be throttled not by like the investment pool growth as much as like your own ability to pay wages. But government wages are significantly less than they used to be, so maybe this is kind of okay. I think we're gonna probably wrap up in a little bit here so I can eat, because I don't think we're gonna do like another 4 hours. We might stream later today though, more. Rivalry with Spain. We'll look into it, I guess. Can you take away a company? I want to try take away Krupp for a big booms, but I am not sure that's even a possibility. I think if you full annex them, you get the company. But if you just take the state where the company HQ is in, it just moves. So, but I think if you full annex and you have open slots, you take on their company. I love some of the weird stuff with AI this patch. Says Chase. I love that they actually kind of competently defend against landings and stuff. It's very cool that you can't just uber cheese stuff. I mean, I guess you could always choose not to, but... You gotta say when playing as Dutch when Malay minority wanted to secede and hated my president anyway. Not quite relevant, but what's the meta for deficit spending as someone like Egypt before getting recognized? Do not deficit spend as someone who's unrecognized. The meta is to not do it. I try and be very vocal about that when I talk about deficit spending, because it's like deficit spending is hyper meta if you are major power plus and not unrecognized, or just major power plus, because do some of that. Do you have multiculturalism researched? By multiculturalism you mean human rights, yeah. I assume that's what you mean. Oh, that's mutual funds. Same thing, really. So graduated taxation, late game with high taxation would be nuts. It would be good for extracting money from them, yeah. I assume that's probably what you want to do. But I don't have the full picture necessarily. Making no zero taxes with consumption taxes law and running debt is actually viable. Yeah, so this is probably kind of an interesting point. This gives you authority. Oh, it doesn't give you authority. It gives you less on consumption tax costs, though. Authority is like a much more squeezed resource now that it's really good for the company stuff. If you take Wallonia but leave Belgium alive, you can create John Cockle for yourself, even though Belgium has it. Are you sure? I gotta relook up the requirements for the EIC then. I think in my video I said you can't form EIC while Great Britain still has it. Is Victoria 3 your favorite all-time game? Probably not. It's my most played game on Steam by a large margin. Favorite game of all time is probably going to something I played more when I was a kid, because I just enjoyed playing video games more then. Even though I haven't played EU4 in like 8 years, it could also just be EU4. But all time is like a weird kind of qualifier, because but I don't think it would be Victoria 3. I would not have, like, if I didn't make videos for Victoria 3, I would still have a lot of hours of Victoria 3, but it wouldn't be 3,600 hours. You know what I mean? That's like, I've averaged like 3 or 4 hours a day since release. Most of it also was, I haven't played that much in the last like 10 months. I've played like 5 times as much EU5 in the last like 5 or 6 months or something. Joe's favorite all-time game is chess. Yeah, chess would be in there for favorite all-time. I haven't played that much chess recently, but chess is my most played game. Some people don't count chess though. I have maybe 4,000 or 5,000 chess hours somewhere in there. You run deficit spending with laissez-faire, but without an extra company, I find it much less appealing. I like command economy anyways. I do not like command economy at all. I see, yeah. Yeah. Maybe not the answer you were looking for, but... I think Victoria 3 is conceptually very interesting, more so than also, like, necessarily being, like, really, really fun to play as well. Like, I like the way that it meshes together. Like, in terms of Victoria 3's economics and, like, tracking of money, I, like, definitely... After playing a lot of EU5, I, like, had more of an appreciation for, like, the aestheticness of how everything in Victoria 3 is tracked and, like, put together, and, like, everything is, like, tied down to something, and then all those things move in, like, a harmonious type of way. Like, when you build something, you use a good to build the thing. And this is directly purchased from somewhere else. Or it's not directly, because there's fake goods, but... you know, like, everything's interconnected, wages and, like, balance, like, everything gets paid out in a particular way to a particular spot, and there's nothing, like, floating out there in the aether. Everything's connected. What's your rating? Depends, like, what format. I think I was, like, 1,400, 1,500, or somewhere, like, around 14 to 1,600 USCF, but I was, like, provisional. Something like that. So, an absolute killer for, like, general population, but, like, nothing crazy for, like, people who play chess. Gold 3 in chess? Yeah, something like that. Like, if someone challenges me to a game of chess, and, like, they're, like, a normie, and, like, not, like, someone who, like, plays chess, I will beat them 100% of the time, basically. And there's no chance. But, like, if I were to play an expert level player who's, like, 2,000 rating, I would, like, lose 100% of the games. And that's, like, not even Master or Grandmaster or anything like that. Can't wait to have EU5 videos where you have fun based on your past videos. Oh, where I, like, review my review of my review. I almost have 500 hours, or I have, like, 384 hours right now in EU5. Not stalling out on multiculturalism. No. If you take away trade rights from a company, will they lose their trade centers? I think they do. Their trade centers become owned... Yeah, their trade centers become owned locally, because we did that with one of our companies. They all become owned locally, because we pulled that off of this company, I think, which had it before, in order to... And actually, that was, I think, an enormous portion of the overseas... well, it wasn't GDP, because the trade centers don't count towards GDP. But... I wonder how much overseas stuff we have railways-wise. I think that it also might be the case that railways are just uber good, or like stuff that the AI underslots in, which might include railway companies. Whatever the AI underslots in is really good to have a regional company on, because it just means you get all the industry basically stolen out from them. EIC requires you to beat the Great Britain tag. Well, that'll do it. With military assistance and other military cost reductions and proper build, command economy prints money when you mobilize. It's very dumb. I recommend you try it someday. I've done a lot of math looking at command economy, and I just think it's bad. And I've also experimented with command economy. I've also experimented with like the military industrial complex, and it's a very late game type of thing. But like, yeah. So I just, I don't think I would specifically try out. I guess I could do that next time I do command economy, but I just think command economy is bad. So if I'm going command economy, I'm role playing. You fear out you'll burn out on EU5 before it even comes out from playing early access so long? A little bit. The thought has crossed my mind, especially when I got the access the first time for the 2 weeks. I was getting burnt out at the end. But also, like, I think it's pretty reasonable I get burnt out after playing over 17 hours a day for, like, 10 days straight. I think that's probably a normal thing. What is he right now? He's a land reformer? I think we'd prefer a land reformer. We're not that interested in that guy. If I buy Florida from the USA, will they hate me later? Probably. If I cancel a treaty after its duration, no matter what for owning it. I don't know if... I think they'll be mad at you because they like to have the 50 states. So, more so than, like, because you canceled the agreement. But I don't really know how that shakes out. How fast is cultural conversion in EU4 or EU5? It's fast if you use the cabinet action, slow otherwise. What would command economy need to be good? It would need to not delete gobs of money. Currently, government dividends have a government dividend efficiency. I think under command economy, the most you can get is like 85 or 80%. And you have to be specifically Afghanistan. Let's just look at like what it is base. So base 25% government dividend efficiency. We get plus 25 there, so that's 65. And then from tech, one of these gives so 70 up to 70 from there. So 70% government dividend efficiency. So 30% of dividends just get deleted. Poof, out of the money. It's just gone, or it just gets deleted from the economy. And when you do that, you have a downward pressure on your entire economy, causing everything to be less profitable because you drive prices down, and is really, really substantive. It contracts the entire economy. I have a really long video on why command economy sucks. It's like an hour and a half long. Yeah. It would need to not do that, but if it didn't do that, it would be just flagrantly overpowered. Even considering the free money modifiers that, laissez-faire gets. So laissez-faire, not only do you not delete any of these dividends, right? You get them juiced up plus 20%, or laissez-faire plus an additional 45%. Because you get an additional 25% here. And so money that goes into dividends, you get free money on. You had David Copperfield, an opposition party to historical Charles Dickens. Nice. There's a bug where pops are changing jobs, but not IG, making rural folk very strong. Yeah. It has been talked about. Tarkus was talking about it. That actually is a substantive bug. I was asking someone earlier, What bugs are you talking about? That is a pretty big one. Isn't there a base 25% government dividend efficiency? Yeah, so 25% plus 40% from command economy plus 5% from the tech. So you only delete 5%. No, you delete a lot. There's a base 25%. Command economy gives plus 40%. That's 65%. Right? Central planning gives 2 when I remember right, but does not make a big difference. Yeah. Wait, why Afghanistan? Does it have some extra... Yeah, it gets 5% additional government dividend reinvestment as one of its, like, journal entry rewards. So it's slightly better as Afghanistan. So instead of deleting 30%, you delete 25%. Japan's a nightmare because of the rural folk. I mean, our rural folk is very strong too. We're stronger than it should be considering our laws. I think that we're probably... Well, actually, it doesn't even matter if you go wealth voting, because the problem is the capitalists are these people as well. Yikes, yeah, yikes indeed. That is a bit of a big bug. I think we're gonna wrap up here, though, because I want to eat food, and I don't want to stream... I don't want to eat on stream. We might be back later. I don't want to eat on stream, because if I'm eating on stream, then I'm streaming like 8 hours, and I don't know if I want to do that. But I'm glad you guys all came out. There's quite a lot of you. I hope you guys enjoyed. I thought command economy was 60%. It's 60% or 65% when you include all this stuff. So it deletes a lot of money. It's not nice. We'll see if anyone's streaming Vic 3 and we can maybe raid them on Twitch. Because we do have a lot of Twitch viewers here. And then we could also maybe throw that up to anyone who is interested in 24-hour stream for Vic 3. That's a crazy ass. Vic 3 is a crazy game to stream for 24 hours. I don't know. I guess we'll raid them if they're in English. Nope, they're in German. Just kidding. The biggest person's in German. We see someone in Russian. We don't see anyone relatively big or anyone we know. So I think we won't just randomly send you guys out to someone. But we'll let you disperse as you like to. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. Have a good one. Bye-bye, everyone. Goodbye to the YouTubers.